Chapter 10:15. Published at 31st of May, 2022, 2:18 and 6 seconds p.m. Chapter 10:15. 1015. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 10:15. Mammoth bloodline. After disembarking from the ship, Yuan followed Huang Xiaoli and her family onto the land. Giant's continent. It's not in Tian Chenji's memories. Did this place exist before his birth or after his death? He wondered as he followed them. Sometime later, he asked out of curiosity, "Where are we going now?" "We're going to the southern stronghold. It's where most travelers like us go to exchange treasures with giants, so it's quite popular," Huang Xiaoli said. "I don't know much about giants. Can you tell me about them?" "Sure." She nodded with enthusiasm, and she continued, "Giants are humans with the mammoth bloodline. Their ancestors were ordinary humans that have trained a unique technique called the Great Mammoth Body Refinement that gave them immense strength and a near-indestructible body, but it also increased their body size temporarily. Their ancestors not only reached the peak with this technique, they had even altered it so that the technique would continuously affect their bodies and never deactivate, making them giants permanently. However, because such a feat required them to alter their genes and blood, their descendants would also be born with such blood and genes in their body, making them giants at birth." Yuan was speechless after hearing this information. The speed was too fast, and with a swoosh, Wang Xian was pulled into the whirlpool, like a little crucian carp that had been hooked and was violently pulled out of the water. Giants used to be humans before they altered their blood and genes with a technique? He didn't know techniques were even capable of such a feat, which was akin to creating their own bloodline and race. Huang Xiaoli continued to speak. The giants created their own family, and after cultivating that family for thousands of years, they moved to an uninhabited land that would soon to be known as the Giants' Continent. Giants nowadays are mostly isolated within the Giants' Continent, so you won't see them outside. In fact, most people live their entire life without meeting one. They're practically phoenixes and dragons. However, since they rarely leave the continent, they mostly rely on travelers like us to provide them with resources and treasures from the outside. It benefits us as well, because there are resources and treasures that can only be found within the Giants' Continent. That's pretty neat, I guess. Yuan mumbled. Indeed. If you have any treasures you don't need, you can try to exchange or sell them to the giants. A bittersweet smile appeared on his face after hearing her words. Even if he had plenty of treasures that he could and wanted to trade, he wouldn't actually acquire anything because he was inside the stairway to heaven, and nothing there was real. If you dare to fish against him like this, no matter if it's a strange thing on a mobile phone, or that ferocious giant fish, you'll have to pay the price. Although I can learn techniques in the stairway to heaven, that is only possible because they only need to be memorized. However, treasures don't work that way. It's impossible for me to acquire real treasures during trials. How unfortunate. He sighed inwardly, thinking how nice it would be if he could actually acquire something from the trial. Suddenly the head of the bodyguards, Dong Zhou, shouted, "We have company." Yuan panicked a little when he heard Dong Zhou's voice because he didn't sense anything with his divine sense that he's kept active this whole time. However, sure enough, something appeared before them a few seconds later. And it was a massive bird that was so big that it could easily lift an entire building with one of its claws. Seeing this massive bird that came out of thin air, Yuan prepared to attack it, but then he realized its cultivation base was in the Spirit Emperor realm. Spirit Emperor magical beast. This is my first time fighting an opponent of this level. He cried inwardly. Yuan, it's coming. Huang Xiaoli shouted. A fizzy is mocking him. Yuan immediately snapped out of his daze and confronted this massive bird in the sky right as it tried to dive down. Ha! He enveloped the Empyrean overlord with sword chi before sending it in the magical beast's way. Ka! The bird released a painful scream when it lost one of its claws to Yuan, who was surprised because had expected to kill the bird with that strike. And however, before he could get another strike on the bird, it turned around and flew away, leaving him speechless. It ran away? He muttered in a dumbfounded voice. Are you okay, Yuan? Huang Xiaoli approached him afterward. Then, it was noisy and motionless. Instead of reviving here, it chose to disguise it. Yes, I am fine. But that magical beast was stronger than I anticipated. After all, under normal circumstances, his attack just now would have killed even a spirit emperor with ease. I forgot to mention this, but giants are not the only entity on this continent with the mammoth bloodline. The magical beasts on this continent also have it, she said to him. What? How is that even possible? I thought the giants' ancestors only managed to achieve such a feat through a technique. There's no way ordinary magical beasts could possibly comprehend techniques, much less master them. You're right, but the magical beasts did not acquire the mammoth bloodline through techniques. They acquired it through consuming the giants. I mentioned that the technique is never-ending, right? This is still true even when the giants die, so when a magical beast consumes their flesh and blood, they also acquire the power of giants. Heavens! Yuan was speechless by this information. Since the magical beasts in the giants' continent also had the mammoth bloodline coursing through their veins, they were much stronger than ordinary magical beasts from the outside. If one's piece of sword energy can't solve the problem, then take a few more pieces. Wang Xian is going to kill it. It seems we have underestimated the strength of this place. We're not strong enough to do our job as bodyguards, so we'll have to rely on you, Yuan. Dong Zhou approached him and said, Sure, he sighed, silently wondering to himself why the stairway to heaven didn't make the bodyguards at least spirit kings, so that they wouldn't be completely useless. After all, in their current state, they were nothing but a burden to him. Since you're all too weak to traverse this land, why don't you just return to the ship and wait for us to return? Yuan said to him a moment later. We cannot do that. Even if we're not strong enough to fight the entities on this land, we must still do our jobs as bodyguards and accompany the Huang family even if we die in the process. Dong Zhou exclaimed in a prideful voice. Yuan felt like facepalming. If you cannot do your duties as a bodyguard, can you still be considered as one? He cried inwardly. Yuan eventually stopped thinking about it since it was most likely done by the stairway to heaven to make things more difficult for him. Just so you know, I am here to protect the Huang family, so if you get in any trouble, don't worry, we won't drag you down. Dong Zhou said with a confident smile. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. Yeah. I somehow doubt that. He shook his head. After walking for about half an hour without encountering any magical beasts, Huang Shaoli pointed at the city walls in the distance and said in an excited voice, We're almost there. I can see the southern stronghold. They quickened their moving speed after seeing the city. However, as they got closer, Dong Zhou suddenly stopped and shouted, We're surrounded. Yuan looked around, and sure enough, a pack of massive birds quickly surrounded them. And amongst these magical beasts was one with an injured claw. The same one had fought. So you ran away to call your friends, huh? Yuan couldn't help but chuckle at its efforts. After a quick glance, he counted 9 of these birds, and they all emitted the aura of a spirit emperor. I won't be able to fight all of them at once and protect the Huang family at the same time with my ordinary techniques. I will have to use the God of War's astral arts. He sighed inwardly, feeling a little embarrassed to use his trump card so early on in the trial. Although he could kill these magical beasts even without the God of War's astral arts, he wouldn't be able to protect the Huang family, and his priority was to keep all of them alive for the bonus reward. After taking a deep breath, Yuan used the God of War's astral arts. The Huang family and the bodyguards were shocked speechless after witnessing the massive golden figure. As for the birds, they started making weird noises, almost as though they were panicking. Die. Not wanting to waste his soul strength too much, Yuan immediately attacked the birds with a 360 sword swing, killing all of them at once. However, the attack was so powerful that it created a powerful gust of wind that swept in all directions. In fact, the southern stronghold thought they were under attack when they saw the golden figure that looked massive even though they were quite far away from Yuan's location. Yuan quickly deactivated the technique after killing the magical beasts. Are you okay? Huang Shaoli asked him in a worried voice after seeing his poor condition. Yes, I am fine. That technique uses up a lot of soul strength, so I am a little tired, mentally. Give me a few minutes to recover. All right. They nodded. A few minutes later, once Yuan was feeling better, they continued their journey to the southern stronghold. unaware of the chaos that was occurring within the city, due to Yuan's god of war's astral arts. After another hour of traveling, they arrived at the entrance of the city. So that's a giant, huh? Yuan was amazed when he saw the two giants guarding the entrance to the city, both of them being around 10 meters tall with a broad frame and incredible muscles that looked like they could crush an entire mountain. Besides their massive size, they looked just like humans. I guess it's true that their ancestors were originally normal humans. Yuan thought to himself as they approached these giants. And chapters for CO will be longer starting June. Also, check out Magic System in a parallel world while you wait for the next chapter. It has long chapters just like this one. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1016. Published at 1st of June, 2022, 2:18 and 20 seconds p.m. Chapter 1016. 1016. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 1016. Serious accusations. As they got closer to the giants, Yuan could feel their gaze on him, and sure enough, when he looked at them, their eyes were glaring directly at him for some reason. Yuan wanted to ignore them, but when they got close enough to the entrance of the city, the giants suddenly stepped in front of the entrance, blocking their path. The Huang family were quite baffled by their actions. Unlike cities outside the giants' continent, the southern stronghold did not require for them to pay any entrance fees, nor did they care about your background, so there was literally no reason why they should be blocking the entrance. Is there something wrong, seniors? Huang Chun, Huang Shaoli's father, asked the guard in a polite tone. The guards pointed at Yuan and asked, "Who are you? What is your purpose?" Yuan raised an eyebrow and said in a calm voice, "I am Yuan and I am their bodyguard." The guards turned to look at Huang Chun for confirmation. "That's right. He's a bodyguard that I hired to protect my family. It was because of him that we, and everyone else on the ship, were able to survive a flying leviathan and arrive at the giant's continent safely." Huang Chun nodded. "You defeated a flying leviathan?" The guards appeared to be surprised after learning about his feats. The two of them exchanged looks with each other for a moment, before stepping out of the way. "Thank you, seniors." Huang Chun bowed to them before they started moving again, entering the southern stronghold shortly after. "What was that about?" Yuan asked them. "I don't know, but giants respect and prioritize one's strength above all else." Huang Chun shook his head. Once they entered the city, Yuan was dumbfounded by the scenery inside. All of the buildings in this place were massive and about 10 times larger than the buildings that he was used to seeing, not to mention the amount of giants walking around the city, making him feel really tiny in this place, just like an ant. Furthermore, he also noticed that the giants in this place really varied in terms of their size. Some of them were only as tall as 4 meters while there were giants as tall as 15 meters. "You're probably wondering about their sizes, right?" Huang Shaoli suddenly said to him. "You're right. I thought all giants were as big as the guards outside, but that doesn't seem to be the case." He nodded. "It depends on the strength of their mammoth bloodline. The purer and stronger their bloodline, the bigger they will turn out to be. In the giant's continent, a giant's size is akin to a cultivator's innate talent, so those with a smaller body are considered trash while those with a large body are considered geniuses," she explained. "If you're surprised now, just wait until you see giants that are as big as a mountain." Yuan's eyes widened. As big as a mountain? No wonder why they refused to leave the giant's continent. They won't be able to do anything outside with such huge bodies. Sometime later, they went to a hotel to settle down. Although most of the hotels there were built specifically for giants, there were also hotels specifically built for humans like them. Once inside the hotel, Huang Chun gathered everyone there and said, "We will rest today, but starting tomorrow, I will be looking to exchange our treasures with the giants. I will leave 2 of you here to guard my family, while the rest will follow me." Yuan frowned upon hearing his words. "I won't be able to protect all of them if we split into 2 groups. Perhaps I should convince them to go together, but they have a child." He glanced at the 7-year-old boy beside his mother. Maybe it would actually be safer to leave him and the mother here. He sighed inwardly. With so many giants walking outside, things could get ugly really fast if they take such a small child outside. After all, he was so tiny compared to some of the giants that they could easily step on him by accident and not even realize it. Of course, this also applied to the mother, who had the lowest cultivation base besides the child who was still too young to cultivate. However, there was another issue: the bodyguards. He wasn't confident in their abilities at all. In fact, they will probably be useless since this trial was countless times more difficult than the last trial. Yet their strength remained the same as the last trial. In other words, they were nothing more than burdens. Furthermore, these guys. Yuan narrowed his eyes at the bodyguards, his thoughts unknown. After Huang Chen finished everything he had to say, Yuan approached Huang Shaoli with a smile and said to her in a low voice, "Excuse me, Shaoli. Do you mind if I borrow some of your time? I would like to speak to you in private." "Sure." She nodded in a dazed manner, feeling a little nervous about the aura around him. "Follow me." Yuan nodded and followed her into another room. Once she locked the door, she asked him, "So what do you want to talk about? Did something happen? You seem a little more serious than usual." "Yes, it's about." Yuan proceeded to tell her what's been on his mind. Huang Shaoli's eyes widened more and more with shock as she listened to his words. "Are you sure about that? Those are some serious accusations," she exclaimed in a low voice. He nodded with a serious frown. "I didn't notice it before because I was still inexperienced. However, I am certain about my claims. I don't mind dealing with it right now, but I can tell that you're doubtful, so I am going to prove it to you first." "How are you going to do that?" Yuan proceeded to tell her about his plans. "All full. Come, seriously? You want me to? Do you trust me?" Yuan suddenly asked her with a serious expression. "I risked my life to defend the ship and your Huang family. I wouldn't do anything to hurt you or your family, I promise." "Oh, of course I trust you." Huang Shaoli's face quickly flushed with redness when she recalled what she tried to do with him right before the flying leviathan's attack. A moment later, she took a deep breath and nodded with a serious expression. "All right, let's do it." "Thank you. You won't regret it, I promise." Yuan smiled. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. The two of them left the room after talking for several more minutes. "Is everything okay, Yuan?" Huang Chen approached him shortly after he left the room with Huang Shaoli. "Father, I need to speak with you." "Mother, you too," Huang Shaoli suddenly said to them. Huang Chen looked at them with raised eyebrows, but he didn't ask any questions and followed Huang Shaoli to another room. Once the Huang family was gone, the other guards approached Yuan and asked him, "What happened? Is everything okay?" The young lady looked very annoyed. "I hope you didn't try to confess your love for her just now. You're just a bodyguard. Know your place," the female bodyguard said to him with a mocking gaze. Yuan didn't take her insults to heart and even chuckled at it. "Don't worry, it's nothing like that. However, it's true that something did happen." The guards swallowed nervously as they waited for him to speak. "I would tell you, but I think it would be for the best if the Huang family told you. It's their business, after all." He shrugged, not willingly to tell them anything. "Come on. Don't be like that." Qin Kai, who was the bulky bodyguard that guarded the Huang family's room with him while they were still sailing, said, "I don't want to lose my job, so I will have to refrain from it." "Whatever. Keep your stupid little secret." The other bodyguards shook their heads and stopped bothering him. Sometime later, the Huang family finished their little meeting and came out of the room. But Huang Chen and his wife looked really upset for some reason. This made the guards really nervous, and they all wondered inwardly about the issue. Huang Chen gathered the bodyguards again and said, "There will be some changes in our plans. I will start exchanging my treasures today, so I want 2 people to follow me." He looked at Yuan and his head bodyguard Dong Zhou. "Yuan and Dong Zhou, you'll be coming with me. Shaoli, you'll also come with me. The rest of you will stay behind to protect my wife and son. Do not let anyone besides us enter this place no matter what." "Yes," they all said. Before they left, Huang Chen said to his wife in a low voice, "Since we have too many treasures, I will leave half of it with you. If anything happens to us, I want you to take the treasures and go home. Don't say something so ominous. As long as you have Yuan with you, I'll keep you safe, she said with a smile. Yuan left the hotel with his group shortly after. Once they were outside, Dongzhou couldn't help but ask, "Sorry if I am being noisy, but what was that about?" "I will tell you about it in a bit," Huang Chen said. Dongzhou has never seen Huang Chen so serious before, making him worried as well. "If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters." Chapter 1017. Published at 1st of June, 2022, 2:18 and 19 seconds p.m. Chapter 1017. 1017. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 1017. The gold and money bandits. Shortly after Yuan's group left to exchange treasures, the bodyguards that had remained at the hotel watched from the windows as Yuan and the others disappeared from the scene. "Those nuisances have finally left," the female bodyguard sneered. "Should we do it now? This is the best time. That little bastard with too much power for someone at his age and level is gone, as well as the array master, and even Huang Chen and his daughter. Nobody here can stop us now," said one of the male bodyguards. "I don't know. This seems a little too easy. Not to mention whatever just happened. Something about all of this doesn't sit right with me," said a different bodyguard. "Who cares? We can kill the woman and the kid and rob them of all of their treasures long before they will be able to do anything about it." The female bodyguard showed a grim smile on her face. "I say we should do it as well. I doubt there will be another chance like this." "What about that other bodyguard? He might cause us some trouble." "I can handle him," said the female bodyguard with a suggestive expression on her face. In the end, these bodyguards decided to finally execute their plan by robbing the Huang family. These three bodyguards actually knew each other before they got hired by the Huang family, as they all belonged to a renowned gang that was infamous for their vicious deeds and brutal nature. The Gold and Money Bandits. They were a group of lawless cultivators that would dare to rob and kill even mortals, something only evil cultivators would do. In fact, there were even more of these bandits at the bodyguard recruitment, but most of them had been disqualified and only these three had managed to pass. They had planned on robbing the Huang family when they were still at sea, but Yuan did not give them any chance, and when they saw how powerful he actually was, they decided to delay their plans until they could find an opportunity to rob the Huang family. Now that they have finally encountered that opportunity, they were enticed to finally execute their plans and rob the Huang family. Meanwhile, a few minutes after they left the hotel, Huang Chen revealed the whole situation to Dongzhou, who had been kept in the dark until now. "What? Those bodyguards harbor ill intentions. Are you sure this is accurate information?" Dongzhou doubted this information, mostly because he didn't want to believe that he had accidentally recruited bandits to be their bodyguards, as he could be held responsible for this blunder. "It's true. I wasn't certain at first, but after watching them for some time, I can say with certainty that they are bandits. Their bodies reeked of blood, and their eyes are filled with greed. Do you remember when we were attacked in the ship? I believe they were working together since they all gave off the same aura. And Yuan wouldn't lie to us. He risked his life fighting the flying Leviathan, too." Huang Shaoli backed him up. Dongzhou frowned and said, "If what you say is true, then isn't it incredibly dangerous and reckless to leave the madam and the young master alone with them? We're basically giving them to those bastards on a silver platter. If we didn't leave, they would not act. I also wanted to prove to all of you that they are not what they seem. Don't worry, I won't let them touch even a hair on the Huang family. What the hell can you do when you're here with us? This is madness," Dongzhou exclaimed. "I trust him," Huang Chen suddenly said. "Are you serious, Master Huang? What if he's only doing this to mislead us? What if he's actually working with those bandits?" Yuan smiled after hearing his words and said in a calm voice, "Do you really think I need to make such an elaborate plan just to rob the Huang family? Have you not seen what I am capable of? If I want to rob you guys, I wouldn't need to pretend to be a bodyguard and wait until you lower your guard, much less come all the way out here and risk my life fighting the flying Leviathan. If I truly wanted to rob you guys, I would have done so before we boarded the ship, and none of you would have been able to stop me. Dong Zhou swallowed nervously when he called how Yuan had killed multiple spirit emperors with a single strike. Sorry. I was just talking out of my ass just now. Dong Zhou sighed out loud. Yuan suddenly turned around and looked at the direction of the hotel. Let's return. They're finally moving, he said to them. Back at the hotel, the female bandit approached Qin Kai and started flirting with him. I have been wanting to speak with you for a while now, but I didn't get any chance. You know, I love men with muscles, and when I first saw you, I knew right away that I wanted you. You're the reason I even decided to become a bodyguard for the Huang family. Qin Kai swallowed nervously after hearing her words. Seriously? The female bandit was actually quite attractive, and Qin Kai had little to no experience when it comes to women, making him an easy target. Let's go elsewhere to talk, shall we? She winked at him. Sure. Qin Kai followed her to another room. Panda novel. Once the other two bandits saw this, they smiled and turned their focus to the room with the mother and wife. Let's go. The two of them quietly approached the room. Once they were close enough, one of them tried to open the door in a sneaky manner. When the bandit couldn't feel any resistance from the door, the smile on his face widened. Ready? Of course. The bandit immediately opened the door, and the two of them entered the room before closing it again. What are you two doing in here? I don't remember calling either of you. The mother said to them with a frown on her face. Don't worry, we'll leave you alone once we take all of your treasures and kill you, said one of the bandits. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. You what? The gold and money bandits, have you heard of us? The mother's eyes widened with shock after hearing that name. I see. So you became our bodyguards just to steal from us, huh? We should have been more diligent when recruiting bodyguards, but we were in a rush. Then you can only blame yourself. I would love to enjoy my time with you before killing you, but we're short on time, so I am just going to kill you. They retrieved their weapons. However, the mother managed to calm down, and she even smiled. What a pity. A pity indeed. One of the bandits suddenly rushed forward while swinging his dagger, but before he could reach the mother, he felt a burst of pain in his chest, forcing him to look down. What the fuck? He muttered in a dumbfounded voice when he saw that a hole had mysteriously appeared in his chest. Thud. The bandit fell to the floor and died before he could even realize what had happened to him. The other bandit stood there with a dazed look on his face, as his eyes stared at his companion's lifeless body on the floor. Despite seeing everything that had just happened, he still couldn't comprehend the situation. The door behind him suddenly opened, and a figure calmly walked into the room. Are you okay, Madame Huang? Yuan asked her with a calm smile on his face. Why you are? How in heaven's name? The bandit was shocked when he saw Yuan standing right beside him. Did you really think that I wouldn't notice the way you idiots looked at the Huang family? When you look at them, you only see money and profit, and it reminds me of a certain miserable couple. Yuan sneered in a cold voice. Senior Huang. Shaoli. What do you think? Is this enough proof? He asked them, who were standing right behind the bandit with deep frowns on their faces. Yes, this is more than enough proof. Thank you very much, Yuan. You have saved our family yet again. Huang Chen said. It was at this moment the female bandit and Qin Kai came out of their room after hearing the commotion. What is happening? Qin Kai exclaimed with a shocked look on his face when he saw the incomprehensible situation. As for the female bandit, she was simply speechless. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1018. Published at 2nd of June, 2022, 5:30 and 19 seconds p.m. Chapter 1018. 1018. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 1018. I will accept your challenge. Huang Chen frowned when he saw the female bandit and Qin Kai. Where the hell have you two been? My family was being attacked and you're screwing each other in another room. Why did I even hire you? What? Attacked? By whom? Qin Kai was truly puzzled, as he was not part of the gold and money bandits. Furthermore, Everything had happened so fast that he was still comprehending the situation. Why don't you take a look for yourself? Huang Shaoli pointed into the room with Yuan and the bandits. Qin Kai swallowed nervously and approached the room. His eyes widened with shock when he saw the scene inside. One of the bodyguards was dead with a hole in his chest, and the other was frozen in place with a terrified expression on his face. What is the meaning of this? Qin Kai asked. These two are bandits from the Gold and Money Bandits. They became a bodyguard just to rob the Huang family. Yuan calmly explained the situation to him. The Gold and Money Bandits. Qin Kai immediately recognized their name. As someone who often works as a bodyguard, he has encountered these bandits on multiple occasions, and they were all vicious people with no morals. Murder, robbery, corruption, rape. Nothing was off the table for these bandits even if mortals were involved. Hence why they were so hated and so feared. The female bandit also took a look inside the room. Her heart throbbed so fast and hard from fear that it began hurting. Fortunately, they didn't catch me in the act, so they don't know that I am with them just yet. But if they ask that bastard, he will surely give me away. She calmed down slightly after realizing this, and she began plotting to kill her companion before he could speak. However, with Yuan in the room, she didn't dare to move just yet. So tell me, what were the two of you doing while my family was attacked? Are you also part of the Gold and Money Bandits? Huang Chen narrowed his eyes at Qin Kai and the female bandit. What? Hell no. There's no way I am with those bastards. That's right. We were in the other room because I wanted to make love to him. I didn't know they were bandits. I swear. The female bandit said. The other bandit cursed inwardly after hearing her companion's words. That fucking bitch. She's the whole reason we're in this mess. If she didn't make the suggestion to rob the Huang family, we wouldn't be here. And now she wants to act innocent while the two of us die. After taking a deep breath, the male bandit exclaimed. That bitch is lying. She's with us. She was the one who suggested we rob you guys, too. The female bandit gritted her teeth in anger, but she wasn't willing to give up just yet. That's preposterous. He's only saying that because he's jealous I chose Qin Kai over him. He's been eyeing me since the beginning, too. She's lying. Her real name is Zhou Nuiying, and she has a high position within the Gold and Money Bandits. The reason she went to make love with Qin Kai was so that she could distract him while we robbed the Huang family. Is that so? What do you have to say to these accusations, Zhou Nuiying? Huang Chen glared at her with killing intent within his gaze. Zhou Nuiying swallowed nervously. She knew that she was done for, and that there was no way for her to talk herself out of this situation. Therefore, she decided to escape. Watch out. He's going to attack. Zhou Nuiying suddenly shouted while pointing at her companion. Everyone there subconsciously turned to look. This is my chance. Zhou Nuiying suddenly retrieved 2 smoke bombs and smashed them on the floor, instantly filling the room with smoke that also contained some kind of material that weakened the spiritual energy in the area, and even blocked Yuan's divine sense. She proceeded to rush towards the window, but since the entire place was filled with smoke, she could only rely on her memories. Once she could feel the window, she smashed right through it with her body and escaped the hotel. Yuan wanted to chase after her, but he didn't want to leave the Huang family behind, and he had to make sure the other bandit didn't try to do anything funny. Is everyone okay? Huang Shaoli's voice resounded shortly after. Yes, I am okay. Me too. Everyone there confirmed their safety. Once the smoke finally cleared, Yuan asked, what should we do with him? I can kill him here if you want. I want all of his information before we kill him. Dong Zhou, make him talk. Yes. Dong Zhou proceeded to drag the bandit to another room, where he would torture the bandit for all of his information. Meanwhile, Huang Chen went to speak with the hotel managers to let them know of the situation. The servants in the hotel cleaned up the mess and the corpse without much trouble. Once everything was done, Huang Chen thanked Yuan for his efforts. Thank you, Yuan. If it hadn't been for your sharp eyes, our Huang family would have ended in a tragedy. I will definitely reward you handsomely at the end of our trip. Yuan shook his head and said with a smile, I am only doing my job as a bodyguard. What should we do about the one who ran away? Dong Zhou asked. I don't want to waste time and resources looking for her in this vast place. She could be anywhere by now. However, if we run into her again, immediately kill her. Huang Chen said. Yes. What should we do now? We're down to 3 bodyguards. Madame Huang asked sometime later. Dong Zhou and Qin Kai can stay here and protect you here. Since we have taken care of the bandit situation, I doubt anyone else would try to attack you guys. The one who escaped won't dare to return either. I can protect Senior Huang by myself when he goes outside. Yuan said. I will also pay the hotel extra for their security service. Huang Chen said. What about me? I also want to go with you guys. Huang Shaoli suddenly asked. Only if you promise to not cause any trouble. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. What? Since when have I caused any troubles? Always. Huang Chen smiled. Sometime later, Huang Shaoli approached Yuan and asked him, Want to look around the city with me? I have already asked my father for permission. He turned to look at Huang Chen, who nodded his head with a bittersweet smile on his face. All right, let's look around. Please take care of my daughter, Yuan. Huang Chen said to him before they left the hotel and started wandering the city. What do you think about the Giant's continent so far? Huang Shaoli asked him as they looked around. It's very unique, that's for sure. He said. Not just the environment, but even the people are vastly different from each other. Honestly, it feels like I am in a dream. Huang Shaoli chuckled and spoke. That's what I felt during my first visit to this place. However, while it's nice to visit this place, I wouldn't want to live here for too long. It's simply too dangerous for human cultivators, and only powerful cultivators would dare to wander outside the cities. Sometime later, the two of them stopped when they noticed a group of giants surrounding what appeared to be a massive platform. What are they doing? Yuan asked when he saw this. There must be a match going on right now, she said. A match? In the middle of the city? Yes. One thing you should know about giants is that they love to fight, so there are platforms placed all around the city. Yuan suddenly recalled the ancestral dragon temple in the ancient dragon city. The two of them approached the crowd to get a closer look at the match. Once they were close enough, they could see 2 giants fighting each other with their bare fists. No weapon or armor could be seen. The 2 giants threw fists at each other like their lives depended on it. And every time their fist struck its target, a weak ripple would sweep the place. Wow. What tremendous strength! Yuan thought to himself as he watched the giants plummet each other, until one of them could no longer stand. Once the match ended, the winner shouted, Who also wants to experience my strength? I welcome all challengers. The winner will receive a divine rank body refining technique. Yuan raised an eyebrow after hearing the giant's words. A divine rank body refining technique? That sounds like something that could benefit me, he thought. Don't tell me you're thinking about fighting him. Huang Shaoli suddenly said, almost as though she could see his thoughts. I wouldn't suggest it. You're not allowed to use any offensive techniques or treasures, so you can only fight him with your body. That giant must also be hiding his strength. After all, there's no way he would be willing to give away a divine rank technique so easily. Yuan smiled and said, It's fine. My body is sturdier than it looks. Even if I lose, I want to see for myself just how strong giants are. He then jumped onto the stage and said out loud, I will take on your challenge. The giants were stunned when a tiny human appeared on the stage, and after a moment of silence, they all burst out laughing. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1019. Published at 2nd of June, 2022, 5:30 and 18 seconds p.m. Chapter 1019. 1019. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 1019. The prowess of a giant. You, a mere human, wishes to challenge me, a giant, to a match of strength. Ahahaha. This is the funniest joke I have heard all week long. The 11 meters tall giant laughed out loud after being challenged by Yuan, his laughter causing the air to tremble. Why not? It's not our size that matters, but our strength, right? Yuan responded with a calm smile on his face. Is this your first time to the giant's continent, little guy? Have you ever fought a giant before? Giants are at the top when it comes to natural strength. No human has ever beaten a giant when it comes to pure strength. I'm afraid that I might accidentally kill you if we fought. However, if you're still willing to take such a risk, then I will gladly be your opponent. I am willing to take such a risk. Yuan nodded with confidence. Good. Then allow me to tell you some rules. The giant said. And he continued. First of all, no weapons or treasures of any kind are allowed. If you have any on you right now, put them away. Yuan nodded and stored the invisible dragon cloak into his dragon spatial ring. 2. You are not allowed to use any offensive techniques. However, defensive techniques are allowed. The third rule is that you are not allowed to dodge. You will have to endure every blow with your body. The same goes for me. Final rule. The first one to give up or fall unconscious will lose. Now that you know the rules, do you still wish to continue? I will give you one last chance to walk away, human brat. Yuan smiled and said, It feels weird that you're addressing me in a way that makes it seem as though you're not human. I mean, I get it. Your ancestors transformed your blood through a godly technique, but it's not like you're no longer human. Unlike a demon, you still look human to me. The place turned silent after Yuan's little speech. Oh no. That idiot. Huang Shaoli cried inwardly after sensing the change in the atmosphere. Unbeknownst to Yuan, it was an unspoken rule within the giant's continent that you're not supposed to call giants humans. How dare you call me a human? The giant on the stage suddenly roared with a red face. I take back what I just said. You're not allowed to quit anymore. We're going to fight to death now. He roared, causing the air to tremble. The giants watching the match began shouting like a group of warriors before a big battle, causing the ground and buildings there to shake violently. Yuan was a little surprised by the giants' reaction. They're offended because I called them humans? What a blunder. Now I have a target on my back, he sighed inwardly after realizing the situation. Are you ready to fight? The giant asked him sometime later. Yes, I am ready. He nodded. Then here I come. The giant wasted no time throwing his first punch, and a fist the size of a large boulder flew at Yuan's small figure in comparison. Although he was unable to dodge the attack, the giant didn't say anything about not being able to strike back, so he also threw his own punch, putting all of his strength behind it. The moment their fists connected with each other, a powerful ripple swept the scene, surprising everyone there. Though what shocked them even more was the fact that Yuan, a mere human, was not only able to survive the giant's attack, but even stop it. However, it was not perfect. Yuan had been pushed back several steps while the giant remained unmoving like a mountain. Looks like I have underestimated the strength of giants. Yuan thought to himself after feeling a numbing sensation in not only his fist, but the rest of his arm as well. Furthermore, he's already used all of his strength in that last exchange. Yet he couldn't push back the giant even slightly. The chances of him winning this match in his current state was slim to none. Despite that, Yuan didn't give up, and he was even smiling. It's been a while since I have faced such a strong opponent. An opponent that I cannot defeat easily. This is great. He laughed inwardly. The giant was also quite surprised when Yuan managed to stop his fist. Even though his attack seemed ordinary and ineffective, the spot he struck felt like it had been stabbed with a needle, and actually hurts like hell. Where did such a formidable human come from? He cried inwardly but acted completely tranquil outside. I don't think I have heard your name yet. I am known as Sorgi. The giant suddenly introduced himself as Sorgi. My name is Yuan. Good. Now let's continue our fight. Sorgi laughed as he threw his fist at Yuan for a second time. Free web NOVL just like their last confrontation. Yuan blocked Sorgi's first with his own, but he was forced several steps back again. Let's see how long you can keep this up. Sorgi roared as he threw the third strike without giving Yuan any time to rest, then a fourth, and a fifth. Huang Shaoli and the other giants watched with their mouths wide open, not daring to believe their eyes. Do you think he's cheating? One of the giants there suddenly threw out this thought. He's definitely cheating. There's no way a human like him could rival a giant in raw strength. He must be hiding a treasure somewhere in his body. When the giants started accusing Yuan of secretly using a treasure, the match stopped temporarily. You think I am cheating? Yuan looked at the crowd of giants with his eyebrows raised slightly. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. Of course. Otherwise, how else can you hold your own against a giant? Not even body refiners are capable of such a feat. The giants responded. Is that so? Yuan mumbled. He turned to look at Sorgi and asked him. What about you? Do you think I am cheating? Sorgi frowned after hearing this question. Although he didn't want to accuse Yuan of cheating, his pride as a giant didn't think it was possible for a human to match him. I see. Even though Sorgi hasn't said a word yet, Yuan already knew the answer by looking at the expression on his face. If you think I am cheating, then I don't mind letting you search my body. I will even hand over my clothes and spatial rings to my friend during the match. What do you think? He suggested. There's no need to search your body. Sorgi responded after a moment of silence. And he continued. But you can leave your clothes and spatial ring with your friend. If you can prove to everyone here that you're not cheating, I will compensate you for this misunderstanding. Very well. Yuan nodded. He proceeded to remove his clothes until he was wearing nothing but his underwear, revealing to everyone there his sweaty but refined body. Even Sorgi was surprised when he saw Yuan's body that looked like it had been carefully sculpted by the heavens itself. Shaoli, can you hold these for me for a bit? Yuan asked her, who was blushing from ear to ear after seeing his half-naked body. After handing Huang Shaoli his clothes and spatial rings, Yuan returned to the stage with only his underwear. I am ready, he said with a cold expression on his face. Sorgi swallowed nervously, and he could feel an uneasy feeling welling up inside his guts. The two of them continued to throw fists at each other shortly after. He's gotten even stronger than before. How is this possible? Sorgi was shocked inwardly after sensing the immense force behind Yuan's first strike after the brief break. However, that was not the end of his shock, as Sorgi could feel Yuan's attacks continuously growing stronger with every strike. As time passed and the number of strikes they threw at each other increased, Yuan's eyes started turning golden, and his body began emanating an unfathomable aura that made it seem as though an unparalleled entity had descended from the heavens. Soon Yuan's body was enveloped by a golden aura that made him feel invincible, like he was an unrivaled god. When Sorgi and the spectators saw this, they all subconsciously swallowed nervously. What kind of technique is he using? I have a really bad feeling about this. Sorgi cried inwardly as he stared at Yuan's shimmering figure. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1020. Published at 6th of June, 2022, 2:09 and 11 seconds p.m. Chapter 1020. 1020. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 1020. Golden Mountain Body Refinement. I don't know what kind of trick you're using, but you won't be able to defeat me. Sorgi roared as he used his own body refining technique, increasing his prowess by many folds, and his body began pulsating with energy so powerful it became visible to one's eyes. However, Yuan remained calm, his gaze as tranquil as a still lake. Hiya! Sorgi threw his most powerful strike yet, causing the air to tremble. Ha! Yuan also threw his own fist, his aura skyrocketing right before it collided with Sorgi's fist. Boom! The entire city shook as a massive ripple swept the city, and one of them flew off the stage and into many buildings before stopping. The giants were shocked and speechless after seeing the results. Sorgi lost to a human. One of them exclaimed, his eyes filled with disbelief. Impossible. What happened just now? How can a mere human have such prowess with such a tiny body? This doesn't make any sense. After sending Sorgi flying off the stage, Yuan closed his eyes and took a deep breath, and he could feel the invincible feeling in his body quickly dissipating. He looked at his hands with a wondering gaze. Just on Earth was that strength? I experienced it during my fight with Li Jinxi before. If only I can control this power. He sighed inwardly. Sometime later, Sorgi returned to the stage with a blooded arm. Are you okay? Yuan asked him, feeling a little bad about injuring him to such an extent. My muscles are torn, and my entire arm is broken, but I will be fine after some medicine. Sorgi said with a calm smile on his face. Giants are tough, I'll give you that. Yuan smiled back. Yuan, right? Here is your reward. Sorgi handed him a scroll with his other hand. Thank you. After accepting the scroll, Yuan immediately opened it and memorized the content. Relax, I wouldn't scam you with a fake technique before so many people. Sorgi misunderstood his actions. By the way, there will be a major tournament next month that is held by the royal family. It's going to be something like our match just now, and I think you'll do great in it. Perhaps you might even win the grand prize, which is a mythic rank body refining technique. Sorgi suddenly said, What? A mythic rank body refining technique? Yuan's eyes widened with surprise. However, as much as he wanted to participate in the tournament, he will have to leave the Giant's continent with the Huang family in 14 days. I would love to participate, but unfortunately my time here is limited, so I won't be able to participate. That's a pity. I wanted to see how you would fare against the best warriors in the Giant's continent. Sorgi shook his head. Sometime later, Yuan retrieved his clothes and spatial rings from Huang Shaoli, who was staring at him with admiration. Yuan, you totally overwhelmed that giant. I still can't believe it. How do you train your body? It's nothing fancy. I just temper my body with medicine. He calmly said. Those must have been some expensive treasure since you were able to defeat a giant using your raw strength. No, my strength is actually weaker than Sorgi. Something else allowed me to defeat him. He shook his head. Huh? What? I don't know. I am also trying to figure it out. Let's continue our tour for a little more before we head back to the hotel. Huang Shaoli suggested. Sure. Meanwhile, somewhere in the Giant's continent, a giant that had been sitting on a throne as large as a mountain slowly opened his eyes, his gaze filled with dominance. That aura just now. The giant slowly stood up and turned to face the direction of the southern stronghold. Ah, have you finally returned, my old friend? I have been waiting for this day, ever since I perfected the great mammoth body refinement. I will not lose this time. This giant suddenly bent his knees in a way that looked like he was prepared to jump. And the next moment, he jumped, soaring towards the southern stronghold faster than a rocket. About an hour after Yuan fought with Sorgi, he returned to the hotel with Huang Shaoli. Father, Mother, you will not believe what happened when we were outside. Yuan fought with a giant and won. Huang Shaoli bragged about his match with Sorgi the moment she returned home. What? He fought a giant. What happened? Are you guys okay? Huang Chen misunderstood the situation and panicked. After all, if a human picked a fight with a giant while they were in this place, nobody would be able to save them if the giants decided to destroy them. It's fine, father. It wasn't a fight. It was a legit match. Yuan even won a divine rank technique from it. Huang Shaoli cleared up the misunderstanding. Seriously? Yuan, you're truly full of surprises. It's nothing much, he said with a smile. Anyways, I am going to study this new technique that I acquired. If you need me, don't hesitate to interrupt me. He said to them before going into another room. Sometime later, you have learned Golden Mountain Body Refinement. Golden Mountain Body Refinement, rank, Divine, Mastery Level, 1 description. Strengthens your body to become even tougher than that of a mountain made of pure gold. After learning the technique, Yuan stood up and tried it. Golden Mountain Body Refinement. After activating the technique, Yuan could see a thin layer of golden light protecting his body, and he could also feel his body getting stronger. In order to train body refinement techniques, I will need people to hit me while I am using the technique. He went to grab Huang Shaoli a moment later. What happened to the technique? She asked him. Visit Riedel. Me for extra chapters. I have already learned it, he calmly said. Why you what? There's no way you learned a divine rank technique in less than an hour. She exclaimed. Yuan didn't say anything and decided to prove it by showing her the technique. You actually managed to learn it in under an hour? Now that I think about it. You're also a quick learner when it comes to array symbols. She muttered in a dazed voice after seeing the golden glow protecting his body. I want you to hit me as hard as you can. Yuan suddenly said to her. Sure. Huang Shaoli did not hesitate and prepared to throw her fist at him. However, he quickly stopped her and said, Hold it. Why are you using your hand? Use a weapon instead. You're going to break your hand like that. What? Did I hear right? You want me to strike you with a weapon? She looked at him with wide eyes. Don't worry, I will be fine. Even if I am not fine, I won't blame you for it. He said with a smile. That doesn't make me feel any better, but whatever. I trust you. Huang Shaoli proceeded to retrieve a heaven-grade sword and slashed it at Yuan with all of her cultivation behind it. Ding. The sword bounced off Yuan's body the moment it touched the golden layer. This isn't too bad. I don't have my invisible dragon cloak on right now, so I was expecting to bleed a little. Yuan said after seeing the results. You were expecting to bleed? Huang Shaoli's jaw dropped a little after hearing such words. Looks like I will need something stronger if I want to cultivate this technique properly. I should pick a fight with another giant and use them to train this technique. Yuan said with a weird smile on his face. I won't say anything as long as it's a match and you're not actually picking a fight, Huang Shaoli said. Anyways, let's boom. The entire building suddenly shook violently. An earthquake. Huang Shaoli looked around with a raised eyebrow. No, this isn't caused by an earthquake. It's too unnatural. Yuan said. Everyone in the hotel proceeded to look outside the window. And to their absolute shock, a giant that size of an actual mountain had suddenly appeared outside the city. Holy shit! Yuan muttered in a dumbfounded voice when he saw the size of this giant. If he stood before this giant, he would figuratively and literally be like an ant. What are they doing? Huang Shaoli pointed at the giants in the street, as they had all suddenly dropped to their knees and kowtowed towards the giant outside the city. Her question would be answered the following moment when every giant in the city could be heard shouting, We pay respects to His Majesty, Giant Emperor Kulis. The entire city shook for a second time when all of the giants there paid their respects to Giant Emperor Kulis, who was the current ruler of the Giants' continent. However, Giant Emperor Kulis ignored the giants and swept the city with his gaze. Every single individual that entered his gaze trembled with awe. A few moments of silence later, Giant Emperor Kulis spoke in a deafening voice. How long do you plan on hiding? I know you're here. Tianyang, get your ass out here and fight me. Yuan's eyes widened with shock when he heard the name Tianyang come out of the Giant Emperor's mouth. This is Tianyang's memories? I thought this was the god of war's memories. And what relationship does he have with the Giant Emperor? The Giant Emperor looks pissed. He cried inwardly, not daring to respond to the Giant Emperor's call, as that would be akin to suicide with his current strength. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1021. Published at 6th of June, 2022, 2:09 and 9 seconds p.m. Chapter 1021. 1021. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 1021. Giant Emperor Kulis Tianyang. Get your ass out here. I won't move a single inch until you come out and fight me like a man. Or have you become a coward since our last duel? Giant Emperor Kulis roared when Yuan didn't respond to his callings. The giants in the city were baffled by the Giant Emperor Kulis' words. In their eyes, Giant Emperor Kulis was the strongest giant in their race. He was a proud warrior with a godlike physique that has never lost a fight before. While many giants would challenge him, they don't recall the last time he personally challenged another person to a fight. And judging by his recent words, it seemed that Giant Emperor Kulis was desperate to fight this individual known as Tianyang. However, nobody there knew of a giant by that name. Do you know of a Tianyang? No, I don't. The giants in the city mumbled to each other while Giant Emperor Kulis stood before their city, his gaze sweeping through it. Just who is this Tianyang, and why does the giant emperor want to fight him? Huang Shaoli mumbled in a dazed voice as she stared at the massive giant standing outside the city. Who knows, Yuan shrugged. Despite being very confident in his own strength, Yuan knew that he was not an opponent for giant Emperor Kulis, who appeared to be above Spirit Sovereign. Therefore, he decided to ignore giant Emperor Kulis' entire existence by pretending to not see him. I'm going to cultivate, Yuan said as he returned to his room. However, he would soon realize that was an impossible feat with the giant emperor shouting his name every few minutes. Tianyang, you dare ignore me? Get your ass out here. Tianyang, I have all day. I will stand here until you leave. Giant Emperor Kulis made it impossible for the residents of the city to have a peaceful mind, and impossible to cultivate. However, none of the giants complained. They wouldn't dare to complain even if Giant Emperor Kulis decided to erase their city from the continent. In the Giants' continent, Giant Emperor Kulis was nature and the law. Whatever he says goes. However, while the giants could not do anything about Giant Emperor Kulis, they could do something about this Tianyang. This Tianyang is ignoring His Majesty's summoning and making His Majesty wait. The audacity. Yeah. Let's find this bastard for His Majesty. Drag out this Tianyang from whatever rat hole he's hiding in. Eventually, all of the giants in the city began looking for this Tianyang. I think this Tianyang is a human. Yeah. No giant would ever disobey His Majesty so openly. Gather all of the humans in this city. We must find this Tianyang at all cost. The giants in the city began gathering all of the humans they could find outside the city, where Giant Emperor Kulis was waiting. Yuan. The hotel staff are telling us that we need to gather with the other humans outside the city. Huang Shaoli called for him outside his room. Seriously? Yuan rubbed his eyes in a stressful manner after hearing her words. Is it impossible to avoid the giant emperor? Do I really have to fight him? He wondered as he opened the door and went outside. It's all right, you guys can stay here, Yuan said to the Huang family after leaving his room. Huh? Did you not hear me? They want every human in the city to gather outside the city. They could kill us if we refuse. This is all because of Tianyang, who's been ignoring the giant emperor. Huang Shaoli gritted her teeth in frustration. I'm telling you that it's fine. Nothing will happen. Because I am Tianyang. Yuan revealed this fact to them. Why you're Tianyang? They all stared at him with shocked faces. Well, I am Yuan, but I am also Tianyang. It's a nickname, he said with a bittersweet smile. Isn't this your first time to the giant's continent? Why would you know the giant emperor if that was the case? And why are you avoiding him? Huang Chen frowned, becoming suspicious of Yuan's identity. This is really my first time coming to the giant's continent. As for the giant emperor, I met him outside the giant's continent. And the reason I am avoiding him is because I don't want to fight him. Yuan shrugged, making up all sorts of excuses. Pada OVL, anyways, since they're going through this much trouble to bring me out, I will go have a chat with the giant emperor. Yuan, whatever you do not offend the giant emperor. He is literally heaven to the giants. You don't want to offend someone like him, especially not in his territory. Huang Shaoli warned him. I want, Yuan said before flying out of the window and towards the giant outside the city. When Giant Emperor Kulis saw Yuan flying towards him, he started laughing out loud. There you are, Tianyang. Did you not hear me calling for you? Why were you hiding from me? Did you not want to fight me? The giants in the city stopped their movements after hearing Giant Emperor Kulis' words, and they all silently spectated the situation. I'm here on private business, so of course I don't want to fight you. I don't want to attract too much attention, after all, Yuan said. Ha ha. That's a load of bullshit. If you didn't want to fight me, why would you use that technique? You're clearly provoking me. Technique? What technique? Yuan raised his eyebrows. Still acting dumb? Or do you believe that I had forgotten about it? Too bad for you. I have never forgotten about that golden aura of yours since our last fight. I came here the moment I sensed it, Giant Emperor Kulis said. Yuan's eyes widened with surprise after hearing the true purpose of Giant Emperor Kulis' visit. He came here because he sensed my golden aura? Does he know something about it? If he does, I must ask him. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. This is the first time that someone besides Tianyang knew something about his golden aura. And this could be his opportunity to learn something about it. Since you seem to know so much about the golden aura, why don't you tell me everything you know about it? If you do, I will fight you. Giant Emperor Kulis did not immediately respond to him. After a moment of silence, he spoke. I didn't notice it at first due to my excitement, but what happened to your cultivation base? Why are you so pitifully weak? I wouldn't enjoy beating you in your current state. Yuan pondered for a moment before speaking. I was injured not long ago, and that affected my cultivation. Giant Emperor Kulis narrowed his eyes at Yuan. Forget it then. I don't want to fight you in your current state. Come back when you're stronger. And without saying anything else, Giant Emperor Kulis turned around and walked away, leaving Yuan utterly speechless. This fucker. How can he leave things like this? He came here so suddenly and even caused such a commotion. Is the stairway to heaven trying to tease me? However, Giant Emperor Kulis stopped after taking a few steps. He turned around and looked at Yuan. My family is hosting a tournament next month. If you win it, I will tell you everything I know about the golden aura. See you there. After saying such words, Giant Emperor Kulis leaped into the sky and disappeared into the horizon. The tournament? Unless it's going to happen in the next trial, I will most likely have to wait until I ascend to the fourth heaven. He sighed inwardly. Yuan returned to the Huang family shortly after. Are you okay? What happened? Why did the Giant Emperor leave so suddenly? It's nothing much. He wants me to participate in the tournament next month, the one Sorgi talked about. However, that isn't possible since I will be leaving this place with your family before it can happen. Huang Xiaoli immediately began pondering. After a moment of silence, she turned to look at her father and spoke. Father, I have a request. I think I have an idea about what you're going to ask me, but ask away anyway. Let's stay in the Giants' continent for a little longer. We can leave after the tournament. I really want to see Yuan fighting against the other giants, especially after what I witnessed today. It's going to be amazing. Huang Chen sighed after hearing his daughter's request. He turned to look at Yuan and asked him a moment later. What do you think? Do you want to participate in this tournament? Since the Giant Emperor is expecting your presence there, I cannot be the reason why you miss it. Yuan nodded. I would like to participate in the tournament. Then it's settled. We'll stay here for a couple more weeks. Huang Chen declared. Thank you, Senior Huang. Yuan said to him. There's no need to thank me. You saved my family's lives more than once, after all. And I also want to see how you will fare against the strongest giants in the continent. However, since the location of the tournament is a little far away, we will need to start making our way there right now if we want to make it there in time for the tournament. As for my business, it can wait until we reach the capital. I will have a higher chance of acquiring more valuable treasures over there than here. Huang Chen said. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1022. Published at 6th of June, 2022, 2:09 and 7 seconds p.m. Chapter 1022. 1022. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 1022. Tournament of Strength. What about the ship? It will leave with or without us in 14 days, right? Yuan asked. Yes, but it will return in 7 days for another 14 days. If we miss that, we can wait for the next one. It's really not that big of a deal. Most people that come to this continent tend to stay here for over a month, too. Huang Chen said. All right. The Huang family quickly packed their stuff and checked out of the hotel. When they left the hotel, everyone in the street would stop whatever they were doing to stare at Yuan. However, nobody there dared to approach him. Is that him? The human that His Majesty had challenged? Yes, that's him. Where do you think he's going? According to the rumors, His Majesty is expecting to see him at the tournament next month. What? A human participating in the tournament of strength? That's ridiculous. Who knows? A human recognized by His Majesty isn't someone we should look down upon. Sometime later, Yuan's group stopped by a large building. Since we're going to be traveling a long distance, we'll need to rent a carriage and hire a driver. Huang Chun said. I can pay for it since I'm the reason we're making the journey. Yuan said. It's fine. I got it. Huang Chun smiled at him. Half an hour later, Huang Chun returned to them and said, They're preparing the carriage and our driver. They should be ready in an hour. Until then, let's go get something to eat. Sure. They walked around until they could find a restaurant that was operated by a human, as the restaurants for giants were simply too big for them. Huang Shaoli remembered Yuan's monstrous eating habits and ordered a full table of food just for him. As they began eating, giants would gather outside the restaurant and peek inside, all of them seemingly there to look at Yuan. That's Tianyang? What's so special about him? I don't know. Hey, I recognize him. He fought with Sorgi earlier today and won. What? Sorgi? Seriously? He's one of the strongest warriors in this city. So what if he beats Sorgi? Compared to the warriors that will be attending the tournament of strength, Sorgi is no different than an ant. He didn't just beat Sorgi. He overwhelmed Sorgi, even breaking his arm. Although it was even at first, he suddenly used a mysterious power that still sends shivers down my spine when I recall it. Yuan ignored the giants watching them from outside like they were part of some kind of exhibit. However, the Huang family was quite nervous from all of the staring. After eating, Yuan and the Huang family made their way to the gathering point, where a large carriage made for giants was already prepared for them. That's going to be dragging the carriage? Yuan was expecting horses, but he got something entirely different. Yes, that's a green earth dragon. They may have the word dragon in their name, but they're really just large lizards. Horses aren't used here because they're too weak for giants. Huang Shaoli explained. Are you guys ready? The driver, a 7-meter-tall male giant, asked them. Yes, we're ready. Huang Chun nodded. The giant nodded back and commanded the green earth dragon to move, dragging the carriage away from the southern stronghold and towards Colossal Mammoth City. How much do you guys know about the tournament? Yuan asked the Huang family as they moved. Not much, except that it's the biggest event in the entire continent that only occurs every 100 years. Huang Chun said. I believe it's called the Tournament of Strength. The strongest warriors from around the world will participate in it. The winners will not only receive a powerful technique, but also the title of Colossal, something that can only be held by the strongest person in the continent. If you win this tournament, you can expect unimaginable wealth and fame within the giants' continent. Rumors even say that you'll be able to join the royal family by marrying one of their princesses. Huang Shaoli added. The royal family? That would be the giant emperor's family, right? Yuan asked for confirmation. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. That's right. Giant Emperor Kulis is not only the strongest entity in this world, but also the most influential. His words are the law and his actions are akin to nature. Nobody dares to oppose him. Do you think you'll be able to win the tournament? She asked a moment later. Yuan immediately shook his head with a bittersweet smile. In my current state? I don't think so. Really? Even though the giant emperor wanted you to participate? I have no idea what that guy has in his mind. He shrugged. Sometime later, the driver suddenly shouted. We have incoming magical beasts. They stopped talking and looked in front of them, where a single beast that stood on 2 legs could be seen blocking the road. That's a wingless dragon. And it's emitting the strength of a spirit emperor. Qin Kai exclaimed. If there's only one of them, I can handle it. Yuan said as he leaped from the carriage and into the sky, where he quickly charged up a heaven-splitting sword strike. Whoosh! The wingless dragon was consumed by the heaven-splitting sword strike, disappearing alongside the road, where a large crater now existed. The giant stopped the carriage for a moment to look at Yuan with wide eyes, seemingly not daring to believe his eyes. Once Yuan returned to the carriage, the giant continued to drive the carriage. Wow! That was amazing! Huang Shaoli exclaimed. If only you could use spiritual attacks at the tournament, you would definitely win. If only, he smiled. If I want to win the tournament, I will need to temper my body even more. If only I could use the golden aura at will. Since I cannot do that, I will need to think of another way to increase my chances of winning. After pondering for some time, Yuan recalled the nameless technique being trained by Li Jinsi. Perhaps I can use that temporarily, he thought inwardly. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1023. Published at 8th of June, 2022, 5:18 and 8 seconds p.m. Chapter 1023. 1023 If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 1023. Unbearable pain. Yuan closed his eyes and began reciting the nameless technique inside his head. About an hour later, the Huang family could see a red aura emanating from Yuan's body, and he gave off the feeling of a wild beast who thirsted for blood. Why, Yuan? Are you okay? Huang Shaoli asked him in a nervous voice, as the pressure coming from him was quite overwhelming. He opened his eyes and nodded with a calm expression. Don't worry, I am fine. It's just a new technique that I recently learned. Meanwhile, in the spectators' room, Li Jinsi stared at Yuan and his red aura with wide eyes. That red aura looks very familiar. Chu Liuxiang mumbled out loud when she saw it. It's my technique. Li Jinsi said. Huh? You taught it to him? When? When he started training me. If he understood my technique, then he would be able to train me better. I didn't think he would want to learn something like that because he said that it wasn't created for humans. Not that I am complaining. Since I gave him the technique, I don't mind if he uses it as well. A technique not created for humans? Can you use it for me? I would like to see it. Feng Yuxiang suddenly asked. Sure. Li Jinsi nodded. She proceeded to activate her nameless technique, showing off her red aura that looked just like the one surrounding Yuan at this moment. I see. The young master is right. This technique does give off a beastly vibe, and it's a fairly strong one. Is it a divine rank technique? Li Jinsi nodded. My family always thought it was only a heaven rank technique for some reason. It wasn't until she learned the technique and that she found out the technique was actually a divine rank technique, and not a mere heaven rank technique. Do you know what kind of beast this technique was created for? Li Jinsi asked. Feng Yuxiang narrowed her eyes and pondered for a moment before speaking. I have a feeling that I have encountered that kind of aura before, but I cannot remember when or where. Sorry. It's fine. Li Jinsi shook her head. Do you know the origin of the technique? Feng Yuxiang then asked. I do not. It's been with my family since ancient times. Your surname is Li, right? If I recall correctly, there is a well-known family with that surname in the third heaven, and they're all beast tamers that utilize the power of beasts. Maybe they know something about it. I guess we'll find out when we get there. Half an hour later, Yuan's carriage encountered another magical beast. This time he did not use heavenly splitting sword strike. Instead, he used the nameless technique and confronted the magical beast head-on with the Empyrean Overlord. Sha. The Empyrean Overlord sliced through the magical beast as though it was tofu, and Yuan noticed his aura growing a little stronger when he killed the magic beast. Nameless technique, rank, divine, description. Increases your overall strength and removes the limit on your body to a certain extent. The nameless technique was a simple yet profound technique that is more than it appears. Yuan looked at the red aura that covered his body after killing the magical beast, feeling an overwhelming sense of strength. However, right as he was getting comfortable with the nameless technique, Yuan suddenly felt an intense sensation of pain coming from his heart, almost like he was having a heart attack. He immediately knelt on the ground and clenched his chest. Arg! He screamed out loud. The pain coming from his heart was many times stronger than his worst body tempering session, and it felt like his heart was being torn apart. Yuan, are you okay? The Huang family was shocked when they saw this. Visit Rieadle. Me for extra chapters. However, Yuan did not hear them speaking at all, as a deafening voice was resounding inside his head at this moment. How dare you use another aura when you already have heaven's supremacy? This deep voice sounded very familiar to Yuan, but he does not recall where he had heard it. Not that he was in the condition to ponder. The Huang family then watched as a golden aura began emanating from Yuan's body, quickly consuming the red aura. Eventually, the red aura was completely replaced with the golden aura. The pain stopped shortly after, and Yuan was finally able to take a deep breath. What the hell happened just now? What was that voice? He cried inwardly, his body soaked in cold sweat as the painful sensation still lingered in his body. Yuan. Huang Shaoli jumped off the carriage and rushed over to see his condition. Your face is so pale. What happened to you? She was shocked when she saw his ghastly complexion. I think I experienced some kind of backlash. I should be fine after some rest, he said. Huang Shaoli supported Yuan with her shoulder until they returned to the carriage. Here, eat this spirit replenishing pill. It should help you. Huang Chen handed him a pill that restored his spiritual energy. Even though he barely used his spiritual energy, Yuan still consumed the pill, and he could feel a burst of refreshing energy spreading throughout his entire body. While he rested, Yuan tried to recall where he had heard that voice before. That's right. I remember now. I heard that voice during one of my dreams. He finally recalled. However, that only made the situation even more puzzling. Why did I hear that voice just now? It mentioned heaven's supremacy. Is that the name of that mysterious aura? He wondered inwardly as the carriage continued moving. The voice sounded angry when I used the nameless technique. Almost like it has its own consciousness. But how is that possible? Yuan pondered and pondered, but he was unable to understand with this tiny amount of information. Should I use the nameless technique again to see if it will happen again? He wondered inwardly, yet he was hesitant to do so, mostly because he didn't want to experience that unbearable pain again. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1024. Published at 8th of June, 2022, 5:18 and 6 seconds p.m. Chapter 1024. 1024. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 1024. Soul strength. No, I shouldn't use the nameless technique again, at least not now. We'll need to settle down somewhere before I try again. Yuan thought to himself. After all, if he tried using the nameless technique and loses consciousness due to the backlash, he wouldn't be able to protect the Huang family and fail the stairway to heaven. Fortunately for Yuan, his headache vanished half an hour later, and his pale complexion was also restored back to normal. You shouldn't use that technique again. I think there might be something wrong with it. Huang Shaoli warned him. All right, he nodded with a bitter smile. As they continued their journey to Colossal Mammoth City, Yuan would protect the carriage from all sorts of magical beasts, with most of them having the strength of a spirit emperor. These trials are getting too ridiculous too quickly. I am only trying to ascend to the third heaven, and I am already forced to fight spirit emperors. At this rate, I will have to fight immortals if I wish to ascend to the fourth heaven. Yuan sighed inwardly. How are you feeling, Yuan? I'm sorry you have to endure all of this all by yourself. I would love to help, but I am simply powerless in this place. Huang Shaoli felt a little guilty when she saw how Yuan was dealing with all of their threats all by himself. Don't worry about me. I am the reason we're making this unnecessary trip in the first place, so it's only reasonable for me to bear the responsibility and protect all of you. By the way, how far are we from our destination? He turned to ask the driver. At the pace we're moving, we should arrive in 20 days. 20 days, huh? Yuan didn't say anything else and closed his eyes to cultivate. For the next 4 days, Yuan would do nothing but protect their carriage from magical beasts. At the end of the 4th day, the driver said to them, "There's a city up ahead. If you wish to take any breaks, now would be the time. We won't see the next city for another week after this one. I would like to take a bath and eat some food." Huang Shaoli immediately said, "Do you mind if we stop here for a bit, Yuan?" Huang Chen asked him. "You don't need to ask me. even if you want to stay here for a night or two. Yuan said. All right, then we'll stop here for a couple of hours before we continue our journey. Huang Chen nodded. Once they arrived at the city, the driver said to them, I will wait for you here. Take as long as you need. Are you sure? You can take a break as well. Huang Shaoli said to him, Thank you for your consideration, but I take my job very seriously. I won't leave this carriage until I bring all of you to Colossal Mammoth City. I understand. Sometime later, the Huang family rented a hotel room for one day, allowing everyone to enjoy a hot bath. That felt great. Huang Shaoli exclaimed in a satisfied voice after coming out of the bathroom with a towel wrapped around her body, her hair still dripping wet. Huang Chen frowned when he saw her appearance and he said, You're not at home. Mind your appearance. Oh right. Huang Shaoli quickly went back into the bathroom to dry her hair and wear clothes. After leaving the hotel, they went to a nearby restaurant and ate until all of their stomachs were bloated. They returned to the driver waiting outside the city afterward, continuing their journey for another 7 days. The magical beasts they encountered during these 7 days were stronger than the previous encounters. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. The magical beasts are getting stronger as we get closer to the Colossal Mammoth City, but my strength isn't increasing. Unless I consume a monster core or a demon core, I won't be able to suddenly increase my strength to pass the trial like last time. On their 5th day to their 2nd checkpoint, the carriage came to a complete halt when a magical beast that stood on 2 legs with a pair of closed wings behind its back blocked their path. That's a mountain dragon. The driver appeared to be terrified of this magical beast. Just as the name sounds, this magical beast was like a small mountain that blocked their path. I will need to use the God of War's astral arts if I want to deal with this beast. Yuan sighed inwardly after sensing the overwhelming aura coming from the magical beast. I will be right back. Yuan said to the Huang family as he flew into the air and used God of War's astral arts. What in coolest name is that? The giant cried out loud when he saw the massive figure that appeared out of the blue in the sky. Then he watched as the golden armored figure flattened the mountain dragon with a single strike, causing the entire world to tremble as well. It wasn't just the driver. Even the green earth dragon pulling their carriage was shocked by what it had just witnessed. It has seen many things throughout its life as a carriage puller, but it has never met a human with such prowess before. Yuan returned to the carriage shortly after killing the mountain dragon with a pale complexion. Are you sure you're not pushing yourself? At this rate, you won't have enough strength left for the tournament. Huang Shaoli sighed as she positioned Yuan's head to rest on her soft legs. That technique uses my soul strength instead of my spiritual energy, so I will be fine as long as I get enough rest, he said. Soul strength, huh? Huang Shaoli suddenly put on a pondering face. She turned to look at Huang Chen and asked, Father, don't you know any arrays that could help replenish his soul strength? Actually, I do. He nodded. Really? Yuan was pleasantly surprised to hear this. Yes. Give me a minute. Huang Chen nodded as he began creating array symbols that Yuan didn't recognize. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1025. Published at 10th of June, 2022, 1:09 and 11 seconds p.m. Chapter 1025. 1025. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 1025. Soul Nourishment Array. After spending a few minutes creating array symbols, Huang Chen pointed his hands at Yuan and gestured for the symbols to activate. Soul Nourishment Array. The array symbols surrounded Yuan and illuminated a beautiful golden light. Although the difference wasn't anything major, Yuan's soul strength was definitely recovering noticeably faster. How do you feel, Yuan? Huang Shaoli asked him. This array is really useful. I've been thinking about getting a soul cultivation technique, but this could work as well, at least temporary. Do you mind teaching me this array? I'll be able to use my trump card much more often if I have this array. Of course, it's okay to refuse. I am aware that it's a valuable array since anything that can restore soul strength is valuable. He asked Huang Chen. I don't mind teaching you the soul nourishment array, but will you even be able to use it? It's a level 4 array combination that's even more difficult than some level 5 array combinations. Huang Chen said. Level 4 array combination. I only know up to level 3 array symbols. Yuan sighed. You can always learn level 4 array symbols. I mean, you're a quick learner and a genius array master. Here, you can have this. Huang Shaoli handed him a thin book that read 2000 master array symbols. Thank you. Yuan accepted the book and immediately started flipping through the pages to memorize the content. Since there were only 2000 array symbols, it didn't take long for him to memorize all of them. Erase the soul nourishment array. Huang Chen handed him the array combination next. Thank you. Yuan also memorized the array combination right after acquiring it. Since he couldn't take these items outside the stairway to heaven, he needed to memorize them before the trial ended. While Huang Chen maintained the soul nourishment array, Yuan would study the level 4 array symbols. They continued this until they finally arrived at their second checkpoint. Do you wish to rest here like before? The driver asked them. Yes, please. All right. Once the carriage was parked, Yuan and the Huang family entered the city to take another break. Shortly after Yuan and the others entered the city, a tall figure wearing a cloak approached their carriage, where the driver was patiently waiting for their return. Hey, I have some questions for you. The cloaked figure asked the driver. A woman? The driver raised his eyebrows after hearing her clear voice, and judging by the size of this figure, she appeared to be human. What kind of questions? The driver asked. The woman proceeded to ask him several questions. Sorry, but I cannot answer these questions. The driver politely refused this mysterious woman after hearing her questions. The woman sighed. I didn't want to do this, but... The driver immediately prepared to retaliate after hearing this woman's ominous words. Calm down. I'm not here to fight, she said after seeing the driver getting defensive and all. I'm going to show you my face. Don't shout too loudly. The woman said as she removed her hood just enough to reveal her facial appearance to the driver. Why you're... The driver's eyes widened with shock upon realizing the identity of this woman. Shoo. The woman quickly shushed him with a finger between her lips. Now tell me what I want to know, she then said. All right. The driver couldn't refuse her after recognizing her identity. After spending several hours inside the city, Yuan and the Huang family returned to the carriage, but to their surprise, there was someone they didn't recognize with the driver, mostly because they were wearing a cloak that hid their face and identity. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. Who are you? Huang Chen asked this cloaked figure. Hello, my name is Xieme. I have been looking for you, Tianyang. The woman suddenly introduced herself. Yuan frowned slightly and said, I'm Yuan. Then why did you answer the giant emperor, who was calling for Tianyang? She asked with a smile. What do you want from me? He asked. Nothing really. I'm just interested in you, who has managed to receive the giant emperor's attention. As far as I am aware, the giant emperor isn't interested in weaklings. In fact, he wouldn't even acknowledge one's existence until they prove their strength. However, you have not only managed to attract his attention but even make him personally visit you. That's the first time I've seen him do something like that. You're going to Colossal Mammoth City for the Tournament of Strength, right? Do you mind if I tagged along? I promise that I won't be a bother. In fact, it'll even help out with protecting the carriage. I may not look like it, but I'm pretty strong. Xieme made a gesture that one would normally make to show off their biceps, but the cloak hid everything. Yuan narrowed his eyes at this mysterious woman. I cannot sense her cultivation base, but she's definitely not a mortal, so she must be above Spirit Emperor. It would be a great help if someone like her joins our journey, he thought to himself. Furthermore, it was not as though he had the power to stop this woman from following them if she really wanted to. Do you mind if she joined us? Yuan turned to look at the Huang family. If you're okay with it, I won't say anything. Huang Chen said. Yuan turned to look at the driver, who immediately nodded his head. The driver is acting weird. Does he know this woman? Yuan thought to himself after noticing the nervousness within the driver's gaze. Alright, you can follow us. Yuan said to Xiamei a moment later. Thank you, Tianyang. Call me Yuan. That is my name. Yuan corrected her. Okay, Yuan. Nice to meet you. They returned to the road sometime later, but now with a new addition. This mysterious woman named Xiamei, whose motives were as mysterious as her identity. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1026. Published at 10th of June, 2022, 1:09 and 10 seconds p.m. Chapter 1026. 1026. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 1026. Mysterious woman. After leaving the city, the driver said to them, there won't be any more stops until we reach Colossal Mammoth City now. Alright. Yuan said as he pulled out the Level 4 Array Symbols manual and started studying it. Xiamei, who has been staring at him since they got on the carriage, suddenly asked, what are you doing? I'm learning array symbols. I will need all of the concentration I can get before we're attacked by magical beasts, so if you don't mind, don't bother me until I am done. You promised that you wouldn't be a bother, right? That's not fun. Let's talk a little before you focus on that book. Xiamei said. Hey, stop bothering him, or I will kick you out of here. Huang Shaoli interrupted with a slight frown on her face. The driver in the front snapped his head and looked at Huang Shaoli with wide eyes. Oh my God! She just threatened her. He cried inwardly. Xiamei turned to look at Huang Shaoli and smiled underneath her cloak. You'll kick me out? How are you going to do that? A mere spirit grandmaster. I can crush you with a single pinky. Xiamei showed Huang Shaoli her pinky and even wiggled it around in a provoking manner. Yuan suddenly sighed and looked away from his book to look at Xiamei. Did you come here just to pick a fight? If that's the case, let's get this over with. Although he wasn't confident in beating her, he had a chance if he could catch her off guard with the God of War's astral arts. Relax, I don't want to fight you, at least not right now. Yuan narrowed his eyes at her words that implied that she wanted to fight him at a later date. The Tournament of Strength. I will be participating in it as well. As much as I want to fight you now, I will wait until we both enter the stage, Xiamei said. You're also participating in the Tournament of Strength? I understand Yuan's reason for joining, but you as well? Aren't you a human? Huang Shaoli was surprised to hear that a female human wanted to join the Tournament of Strength. So what if I am human? There are no rules that prohibit humans from participating in the Tournament of Strength. In fact, many humans participate in every tournament, though no human has ever won the tournament before. A female body refiner, huh? How rare, Huang Chen mumbled. Anyways, I just want to talk a little. I will stop bothering you afterward. Please. Xiamei said a moment later, even clasping her palms together in a pleading gesture. Fine. What do you want to talk about? Yuan agreed to her proposal. How did you meet the giant emperor? That's a secret between us. Yuan made up an excuse since he didn't know. Fair enough. Then why does the giant emperor want to fight you? I don't know. Go ask him. He's the one who challenged me. He shrugged. I can't argue that. All right then. Why did you come to the Giant's continent if not to participate in the Tournament of Strength? Yuan pointed at the Huang family and said, I am here as their bodyguard, and they're here to exchange their treasures. Seriously? That's why you're here? Xiamei mumbled in a dazed voice, seemingly in disbelief. After asking Yuan several more questions, Xiamei finally stopped bothering him. However, it didn't take long before he was distracted again. The moment he sensed a magical beast nearby, Yuan dropped the book in his hands and retrieved the Empyrean Overlord. His movements were incredibly fluid and without any hesitation, almost as though he's done this 1,000 times before. Vanishing Ghost Soundless Blade. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. Yuan's arms flickered and disappeared for a split second, and in a speed that nobody there but Xiamei could see, he sliced the magical beast over 12 times, separating its body into many pieces. Not bad. CMA praised him after he returned to the carriage. Thanks, Yuan casually said as he picked up his book and began reading again. An hour later, Yuan sensed another magical beast approaching their location. I got this one, CMA suddenly said, and she left the carriage before Yuan could even stand up. Yuan and the others watched as CMA flew at the magical beast before giving it a single punch. Although the punch looked ordinary, there was actually an immense force behind it, and when the fist connected with the magical beast, it blew a massive hole in the magical beast's body. What? Huang Xiaoli's eyes widened with shock after seeing how little effort CMA exerted to defeat the Spirit Emperor magical beast. After killing the magical beast with a single punch, CMA returned to the carriage. What do you think? Do you think you'll be able to survive my fist? By the way, that wasn't even half of my full power, CMA said. Although he couldn't see it, he was sure that there was a smug smile on her face right now just from her voice alone. Aren't you ashamed to be asking a mere spirit lord such a question when you're above Spirit Emperor? Yuan asked her. Can a mere spirit lord kill a Spirit Emperor magical beast with such ease? She responded with a question. I can tell that you're not using all of your power. I think I understand why the giant emperor took interest in you. But you're nowhere near the level to fight him. So I'm a little puzzled why he would challenge you. CMA suddenly looked around in a suspicious manner. A few moments later she spoke. Now that we're pretty far away from the city, it should be fine if I show my face. And without any warning, she removed the cloak that had been hiding her appearance this entire time. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1027. Published at 13th of June, 2022, 6:57 and 20 seconds p.m. Chapter 1027. 1027. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 1027. Colossal Tower. Yuan's eyes widened with surprise after CMA removed her cloak, but it was an unexpected one. Oh. He raised his eyebrows after seeing CMA's appearance without recognizing her. CMA was an incredibly beautiful woman with blonde hair and green eyes. She had a slim hourglass figure, and her breasts were quite ample. Her facial features were sharp and symmetrical, and her face gave off the aura of a battle-hardened warrior who has survived many battlefields. Yuan thought that the trend of meeting people with similar faces that he already knew like Meishio in the first trial would continue in the second trial, but that did not seem to be the case. I can tell that you're charmed by my beauty, but I'm sorry, I will only seriously consider someone who is stronger than me to be my partner, CMA suddenly said. Yuan raised an eyebrow and said, No, I just don't understand why you decided to hide your identity. I thought you were someone I knew, but that doesn't seem to be the case. I have my own reasons for hiding my identity. Yuan casually shrugged and proceeded to ignore CMA. Returning to his study. Nobody here recognizes me? Seriously? CMA muttered in a dumbfounded voice when even the Huang family began ignoring her. I recognize you, the driver said in a low and somewhat nervous voice. However, CMA didn't even look at him, almost as though she didn't even acknowledge his existence. Several days later, the carriage came to a stop when they finally arrived at their destination, Colossal Mammoth City. CMA, who was back to hiding her appearance, said to them, The last few days were fun. Thank you for letting me tag along. I would love to continue tagging along, but I have to prepare for the Tournament of Strength, so we will have to go our separate ways here. While I still don't know who you are or your purpose for following us, I am glad that you did, as we have managed to arrive at our destination in one piece. It would have been really dangerous for us if I had to deal with all of the magical beasts by myself, Yuan said to her. I'm sure you would have managed it even if you had to do it by yourself. Anyways, I will see you later, Yuan. Don't disappoint me at the tournament. I really look forward to exchanging fists with you. CMA disappeared into the city shortly after, followed by Yuan and the Huang family. We have a little over a week until the tournament. I am going to use this time to exchange my treasures, Huang Chen announced to everyone there. Once they rented a hotel, Yuan followed Huang Chun and Huang Shaoli to exchange their treasures while Dong Zhou and Qin Kai stayed back to protect Mistress Huang and her son. Since this was their first time coming to the colossal mammoth city, Huang Chun had to spend some time gathering information about the best places to exchange treasures. Then you are most likely looking for the colossal tower. It's the hottest location in this city when it comes to treasures. Most visitors go there to exchange their treasures as well. Thank you for the information. Here is a token of my gratitude. Huang Chun handed some gold to the person that provided him with the information. Meanwhile, Yuan looked around with a pondering face. The giants in this place are noticeably larger than the ones in the last two cities. Yuan mumbled. Of course. This is the capital of the giants' continent, not to mention the upcoming tournament. All of the strongest giants in the continent will be gathered in this city. Huang Shaoli said. I am aware of that, but I didn't think there would be such a vast difference. Just wait until the tournament. You'll be like an ant compared to most of them. Sometime later, they arrived at the colossal tower, and just as its name suggests, the place was enormous, and it was one of the biggest buildings Yuan had ever seen in his life. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. The building was so tall that he couldn't see the top even with his head tilted all the way back. I can't imagine how much effort and resources the giants had to spend to build this magnificent tower. I have always wanted to see it after hearing about it during my first time on this continent. Huang Chun sharply sucked in a bunch of cold air, before mumbling in a dazed voice. They entered the building sometime later. Make sure you don't wander, and you keep your focus. It's actually very common for humans to die here, and most of them are accidents caused by giants and humans when we fail to pay attention to our surroundings. We're like ants in this place after all. Huang Chun warned them. Huang Shaoli swallowed nervously and immediately stuck to Yuan. Do you mind if we hold hands? She asked him, acting like a child who did not want to be separated from her parents by accident in a large shopping mall. Sure. Yuan nodded and held on to her soft hands. Their group began wandering the tower, approaching every store that caught Huang Chun's attention. Yuan didn't do much besides pay attention to their surroundings to make sure they don't get stepped on by accident. As for Huang Shaoli, she was focused on the sensation around her hands, feeling like she was on a date with Yuan. Over the next couple of hours, they would go through dozens of stores and even some personal vendors. At the end of the day, Huang Chun managed to exchange almost a dozen treasures. This place is truly heaven-sent. The quality of treasures in this place is incomparably superior than the ones found in Southern Stronghold. Extending the business trip was definitely worth it. Hell, I might even do this every time I come to the Giants' continent now. Huang Chun had a wide smile on his face as they exited the tower. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1028. Published at 13th of June, 2022, 6:57 and 19 seconds p.m. Chapter 1028. 1028. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 1028. Colossal Tower 2. Over the next few days, Yuan and the Huang family would return to the Colossal Tower early in the morning to exchange treasures until it was late at night. As the days got closer to the day of the Tournament of Strength, there were noticeable more giants that were above 15 meters walking around the city. At this rate, I will be done with my business by tonight, Huang Chun said to Yuan as they left one of the stores in the Colossal Tower. Yuan, you know you can exchange treasures with the giants if you want. It would be a shame to leave this place without a souvenir too, Huang Shaoli said to him. It's really fine. I don't have any treasures to exchange anyways. He shook his head. He obviously had plenty of treasures for trade, but since this was only a trial and nothing was real, he wouldn't actually gain anything from exchanging treasures, and such actions would only cause him to lose a treasure without anything in return. At the end of the day, Yuan and the Huang family made their way towards the exit of the Colossal Tower after Huang Chun exchanged the last treasure he had. Now that I am done with my business, there's only the Tournament of Strength left before we head back home, Huang Chun said. And he continued, "Thank you, Yuan, for all of your effort. Really, I cannot thank you enough for everything you have done for my family. I am just doing my job." "No, you've done more than that. I will compensate you properly once we get back to the hotel. I have the best reward for you." Once they exited the colossal tower, Yuan's group came to a sudden halt when a group of giants wearing armor blocked their way. "What's happening?" Huang Shaoli looked around with an uneasy face. However, before Huang Chen could even say anything, a familiar voice resounded. "That's them. They're the ones that are conspiring against the giant emperor." Yuan turned to look at the voice to see a human woman pointing at them with a terrified look on her face. It was Zhou Nuying, the bandit who became the Huang family's bodyguard to steal their treasures. She followed us all the way here? How did I not notice her? Yuan wondered inwardly. "I will need all of you to come with me. We will kill you if you resist." One of the giants there said to them in a cold voice. "Wait. This is a huge misunderstanding. That woman is lying. She's actually a bandit that we failed to kill when she tried to steal from my family. She's part of an infamous group of bandits called the Golden Money Bandits. We only came here to exchange treasures." Huang Chen exclaimed with a pale face. "Umph. I don't care about your situation. We take all accusations that could bring harm to His Majesty very seriously. We will determine whether you are telling the truth or not once we interrogate you. Resist and we will kill you on the spot." The giants pointed their massive weapons at Yuan's group. Yuan narrowed his eyes at Zhou Nuying, who had a subtle smug on her face. How troublesome. These giants probably don't care about who is right or wrong. Their resolute and emotionless eyes tell me that they've already come to a conclusion. To kill all of us no matter if we are innocent or not, to remove all risks. After all, we humans are nothing in their eyes. Yuan closed his eyes and took a deep breath before shouting out loud. "Giant Emperor Kulis, I know you can hear me. Get your ass out here, or I will never fight you ever again, much less participate in your stupid tournament." The place turned dead silent as everyone there stared at Yuan with wide eyes filled with shock, all of them seemingly in disbelief. When the giants snapped out of their daze and realized that Yuan had just cursed their emperor, their faces immediately turned as red as a hot iron that had just left the fire. Huang Shaoli and her father fell to their butts from shock, and they both stared at Yuan with disbelief. This fucking idiot. He just sealed his fate. Zhou Nuying laughed inwardly. "Blasphemy. How dare you curse at our emperor? A mere human. Even if the heavens forgive you, we giants will never forgive you." The giants there roared, causing the entire city to shake. Die. Visit Riedel. Me for extra chapters. The giant leading the armored giants suddenly swung his halberd at Yuan, causing the air there to tremble. "Halt!" A calm yet loud voice suddenly rumbled. When the giant heard this familiar voice, his entire body immediately froze. Everyone there turned to look at the direction of the voice to see a bulky man that was around 15 meters tall slowly approaching them. This man had short golden hair and a pair of emerald eyes. Yuan didn't recognize this man at first glance, but the giants there immediately recognized him even though he was much smaller than usual. All of the giants in that area suddenly knelt on the ground and kowtowed to him while screaming, "This loyal subject pays respects to His Majesty." Giant Emperor Kulis, who was suddenly much smaller compared to their last meeting, nodded and spoke, "Stand back. That man is an acquaintance." Yes. The giants did not question him and all stepped back, giving them room. "Although your cultivation has weakened, your audacity remains unchanged. I was worried that you might have turned into a coward when you lost your cultivation. I'm relieved to see that was not the case." Giant Emperor Kulis said, seemingly not offended even though Yuan had cursed him out before so many giants. "How did you know that I had been watching you?" he then asked. Yuan smiled and said, "You can try to hide your aura all you want, but you can't hide the killing intent within your gaze no matter how hard you try. I noticed you even before I entered this city a week ago." Haha. Giant Emperor Kulis suddenly laughed out loud. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1029. Don't misunderstand, Tianyang. When I emit killing intent, it's not because I want to kill you. I only do it when I really want to fight someone. And I really want to fight you right now, but alas, you're not ready yet. Giant Emperor Kulis said after he stopped laughing. Anyways, what is going on here? What is the cause of this commotion? You better have a good explanation on why you summoned me. It's really simple. Yuan proceeded to explain the whole situation to Giant Emperor Kulis. I see. Conspiring against me, huh? Well, are you? Giant Emperor Kulis asked Yuan with a calm expression on his face. What do you think? Yuan responded with a question of his own. A wide grin suddenly appeared on Giant Emperor Kulis' face. You're many things, but you're definitely not a backstabber. He turned to look at Zhou Nuying, who was on the verge of pissing herself right now from fear. She could have never imagined that Yuan would be buddies with Giant Emperor Kulis himself. The gold and money bandits, huh? I have never heard of you losers, but you must be a bold bunch to dare to try and trick my guards. Giant Emperor Kulis sneered in disgust. Guards. Public execution. When Zhou Nuying heard Giant Emperor Kulis' words, her face immediately paled. Wait. He's lying to you. I am not a bandit. I am really telling the truth. They're secretly plotting to harm you, your majesty. How dare you, a mere human, try to trick us? Die, you bitch. One of the guards there suddenly shoved his spear at Zhou Nuying, piercing her stomach. And before Zhou Nuying could even react, another guard also moved into action, penetrating her shoulder. Then another spear came flying at her. Visit L-World.com for the best no_vel_read_ng experience within seconds. 7 spears skewered Zhou Nuying's body without mercy. The head guard swung his halberd, decapitating Zhou Nuying the following second. Yuan and the others there watched as Zhou Nuying's head rolled on the floor like a ball. Nobody there uttered a single word for the next few moments. Giant Emperor Kulis was the first to speak again, and his voice boomed throughout the city. Heed my words. This young man here is my lifelong rival, Tianyang. Nobody is allowed to touch him before the tournament of strength. Yes, your majesty. The giants there had many questions, but nobody there dared to ask these questions. Giant Emperor Kulis' words were the law. The moment he announces it, they lost all chances to dispute or question it. I look forward to your performance at the Tournament of Strength, Tianyang. Don't disappoint me. Giant Emperor Kulis said to Yuan before turning around and walking away. Yuan returned to the hotel with the Huang family shortly after. You almost scared me to death back there, Yuan. Huang Shaoli confronted him with a puffed face, trying to look angry. Sorry, but I didn't have any time to explain. Fortunately, it all worked out in the end. That could have been the end of all of us, after all. Huangqin could finally take a breather. Visit L-World.com for the best no_vel_read_ng experience sometime later. Huangqin stood up and approached Yuan. Yuan, this is for you. He retrieved a small wooden box and offered it to Yuan, who raised an eyebrow. What is this? He asked as he accepted it. Open it and see for yourself. No. Does this mean it's the end of the trial? Yuan wondered to himself as he opened the wooden box. However, it was not a golden orb inside the wooden box. Instead, it was red ginseng that was the size of an adult's finger, and shaped like a human body. What is this? Yuan asked again since he didn't recognize the treasure. That's a perfect tempering ginseng. Huangqin said with a smile on his face. Is that the perfect tempering ginseng? Inside the spectators' room, Feng Yuxiang exclaimed in a shocked voice after seeing the treasure. What kind of treasure is that? Chu Liuxiang asked with a curious look on her face. Perfect tempering ginseng. It's a priceless treasure that was only available during the primordial era. In other words, they are no longer available, at least they shouldn't be. What are the effects of this perfect tempering ginseng? Does it have anything to do with one's physique? Li Jinxi asked. She nodded. The perfect tempering ginseng will fix all imperfection within one's body, and then refine it. It is a priceless treasure that will improve one's physique multiple times, and is a legend that many body refiners spend their whole life chasing after even to this day. You can find the rest of this content on the Bell World. COM platform. Even if it's indeed this perfect tempering ginseng, does it really matter? I mean, we're still inside the stairway to heaven, so it's just an illusion. Meisho suddenly said. Yes. You're right. We're still inside the stairway to heaven. I guess I got a little excited after seeing a legendary treasure. It's truly unfortunate. Feng Yuxiang sighed. Meanwhile, Huang Chen just finished explaining the perfect tempering ginseng to Yuan. Since you're going to participate in the tournament of strength, this perfect tempering ginseng will benefit you greatly. Thank you, Yuan said with a smile on his face. What a pity. If only this treasure was real. He sighed inwardly. There's still a few days until the tournament. Go ahead and take this time to absorb the perfect tempering ginseng. Huang Chen then said to him. All right. Yuan nodded. Good luck. Huang Shaoli and the others said to him before he locked himself inside another room. Yuan looked at the perfect tempering ginseng in his grasp with a pondering look on his face. Ah, what the hell? There's no harm in trying it. Although this is just a simulation, all of the food that I ate had a taste to it, and this is probably no different. And without thinking any further, he tossed the perfect tempering ginseng inside his mouth and started chewing on it. Ugh, it's so bitter. Yuan's body shivered after tasting it. Once the bitterness disappeared, his body suddenly began heating up, and within moments, his body started steaming with smoke coming out of his pores. Full_out current_novel on L World. COM. This shocked Yuan, who did not expect anything to happen after eating the perfect tempering ginseng. I need to cultivate. He tossed aside all questions in his mind and immediately sat down to cultivate. Chapter 1030. Published at 19th of June, 2022, 1:18 and 31 seconds p.m. Chapter 1030. 1030. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 1030. Perfect physique. What's happening to Yuan? Why is his body steaming? His skin is also red, almost like his blood is boiling. Chu Liuxiang exclaimed after seeing the sudden changes to Yuan's body. Don't tell me that it was caused by the perfect tempering ginseng? I thought treasures acquired inside the stairway to heaven won't affect one's body for real. Lan Yingying muttered in a dazed voice. I have also never heard of this before. Just what is happening to the young master? Feng Yuxiang had a profound frown on her face as she thought about the implications from the situation. Meanwhile, steam continued to gush out of Yuan's pores like boiling water in a kettle, quickly filling the room and turning it into a sauna. Although nobody there could see it, significant changes were made inside Yuan's body. His muscles moved around as though they were alive, and his bones altered their own shape, becoming bigger and more sturdy. His blood rushed throughout his body, feeling adrenaline like never before. The perfect tempering ginseng was not only altering his body and fixing all of its imperfection, but it was also strengthening his bones and muscles at the same time. One would expect intense pain from the changes happening inside Yuan's body, but besides feeling a little hot, he felt not even the slightest of unpleasant feelings. Suddenly, the golden symbols that had embedded itself inside Yuan's body began emanating a profound light that made his body seem as though it was being protected by a layer of divine aura. His spiritual veins and dantian suddenly began expanding in size, becoming wider, and allowing his spiritual energy to circulate throughout his body multiple times faster. And while Feng Yuxiang and the other spectators couldn't see it through the reflection, Yuan's cultivation was actually starting to decrease. His peak Spirit Lord cultivation quickly lowered to the first level, but it did not stop there and continued until it reached the first level of Spirit Grandmaster. Several more moments later, his cultivation went down to Spirit Master, and it would not stop until his cultivation reached the first level of Spirit Apprentice. However, despite his cultivation lowering, Yuan's aura did not weaken at all. In fact, it even skyrocketed, becoming many times stronger than before. Over the next several days, Yuan would sit in the steamy room without moving a single finger, almost as though head turned into a statue. The Huang family didn't dare to disturb him, even though it was getting close to the tournament. The tournament is in 2 days, yet he's still holed up in his room. Hopefully he doesn't miss the tournament. Huang Shaoli sighed. The perfect tempering ginseng is a miracle treasure that can turn even a trash cultivator into a dragon amongst dragons. I cannot even begin to imagine its effect on someone who was already a dragon to begin with. Huang Chen shook his head. I guess we'll find out when Huang Shaoli stopped speaking when an unfathomable pressure suddenly enveloped the entire building. Who is emitting this pressure? Everyone in the hotel was shocked by the pressure that came out of the blue. The pressure was so powerful that it made it hard for everyone in the hotel to breathe properly. Fortunately, this pressure disappeared as quickly as it appeared. However, even though it was just slightly, everyone that had a taste of this pressure would not stop trembling in fear. Meanwhile, inside his now clear room, Yuan slowly opened his eyes, which glimmered with dominance. He took a deep breath and stood up. I've gotten taller. My body feels as light as a feather, and my body is constantly absorbing spiritual energy even without needing me to do anything, almost as though I am cultivating just by breathing. Yuan looked at his own hands. My cultivation had somehow weakened to Spirit Apprentice, yet I feel even stronger than when I was a peak Spirit Lord. Is this also because of the perfect tempering ginseng? But Huang Chen didn't mention anything about this. As he tried to comprehend the situation, his cultivation actually increased, reaching the second-level Spirit Apprentice. However, he did not get any notifications from the system, nor did his stats increase. Despite that, he could somehow still feel his body getting a little stronger. Forget it, there's no point thinking about it now. I'll ask Tianer once I finish this trial. Visit Riedel. Me for extra chapters. Yuan left the room shortly after. Why, Yuan? Is that really you? Huang Shaoli's eyes widened with shock when she saw Yuan. His appearance had changed so much that everybody there instantly recognized it the moment they saw him. Not only did Yuan get taller, but his face was also much more refined and handsome, not to mention his body, which looked flawless even underneath his clothes. Heavens! You're almost like a different person. Huang Chen mumbled in a dazed voice after seeing Yuan. Huang Shaoli approached Yuan until she was standing right in front of him. Why, you grew half a head in just a few days. Is this the effects of the perfect tempering ginseng? She exclaimed. After swallowing nervously, she asked in a trembling voice. Do you mind if I touch your body for a bit? Yuan smiled. Go ahead. Huang Shaoli didn't hesitate and started squeezing his arms and legs with her hands. Wow! What perfect muscles! They feel soft yet firm at the same time. How is this possible? She cried inwardly as she squeezed his muscles as though she was kneading dough. Looks like the perfect tempering ginseng worked like a charm on you. Huang Chen smiled. Yes, and it's all thanks to you. Yuan bowed to him. Don't even mention it. Huang Chen shook his head. Huang Shaoli suddenly exclaimed. Wait! What happened to your cultivation? Why are you suddenly a Spirit Apprentice? What? Huang Chen's eyes widened with shock after hearing her words. He narrowed his eyes at Yuan, and sure enough, his cultivation was only at the third-level Spirit Apprentice. However, before he could even say anything, Yuan's cultivation suddenly increased to the fourth level right before his eyes. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1031. Published at 19th of June, 2022, 1:18 and 29 seconds p.m. Chapter 1031. 1031. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 1031. Perfect physique. 2. Oh yeah. I'm not sure what happened, but my cultivation was reduced to Spirit Apprentice after consuming the perfect tempering ginseng. Yuan casually said, leaving them speechless. How can you be so calm about this? You just went from being a peak Spirit Lord to a Spirit Apprentice. And the tournament is in 2 days. Even if you have a perfect physique, you won't be able to do anything in the tournament. Huang Shaoli exclaimed. The perfect tempering ginseng reduced your cultivation? That's impossible. The treasure has no such side effects. Huang Chen exclaimed in a panicked manner. After all, He would be responsible for Yuan's lost cultivation since he was the one who handed Yuan the perfect tempering ginseng. Calm down. Although it's true that my cultivation is gone, my body feels a lot stronger than when I was a spirit lord. If you don't believe me, you can try hitting me. As for my spiritual energy, it won't take much effort for me to return to my original cultivation base. Yuan explained to them. Are you for real? You feel stronger even though your cultivation was reduced to such a state? What kind of phenomenon is this? Huang Shaoli mumbled in a dazed voice. He nodded. Go ahead. Hit me with your strongest attack. I will even remove my armor. Yuan removed his invisible dragon cloak and gestured for Huang Shaoli to hit him. However, Huang Shaoli was hesitant to strike a spirit apprentice with her cultivation. Don't worry, I will be fine. Yuan showed her a confident smile. She suddenly recalled how Yuan was able to defeat a giant with his raw strength. Don't blame me if you die from this. Huang Shaoli shouted at him before unleashing her strongest martial technique backed by her full cultivation base. Ha! Huang Shaoli plunged her palms directly into Yuan's chest. Boom! The entire room shook for a brief moment from the impact. Yet Yuan remained standing in the same spot without moving even a millimeter. No way, Huang Shaoli muttered with a baffled look on her face. See? I told you. I barely even felt your attack just now. Yuan said with a gentle smile on his face, treating Huang Shaoli's attack as though it was a baby's playful punch. Does this mean you'll still participate in the tournament of strength? Huang Chen asked. Of course. He nodded. Very well. Then you must restore your cultivation as soon as possible. If you need any help, we have plenty of treasures. Yuan raised his hand and gestured for Huang Chen to stop. You have already done enough by giving me the perfect tempering ginseng. The tournament is in 2 days, right? Then I have plenty of time. If you say so. Huang Chen nodded. Yuan returned to his room shortly after to cultivate. My cultivation speed is at least 4 to 5 times faster than before. At this rate, I should barely return to being a spirit king right before the tournament. Thus, Yuan would spend the next 2 days cultivating non-stop. Meanwhile, in the spectators' room, Chu Liuxiang mumbled in a dazed voice after seeing Yuan's new appearance. My God. I didn't think it would be possible for Yuan to become even more handsome than he already is, but he's exceeded my expectations. Meishio didn't say anything, but her gaze when looking at Yuan was akin to a young maiden who was falling in love for the first time. Li Jinxi swallowed nervously after seeing Yuan's new physique. In her eyes, that was the most attractive part of him, and she couldn't help but imagine how it looked underneath his clothes, causing her mouth to become watery. As expected of a legendary treasure, only the perfect tempering ginseng could possibly create such a miracle. Feng Yuxiang sighed, feeling a little dejected that she couldn't get a closer look at the treasure. Hey Meishio, do you think this treasure will affect Yuan's real body? Chu Liuxiang asked Meishio in a low voice. I don't know, but considering how powerful the treasure is, I wouldn't be surprised if it does. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. I'm going to check his body. Be right back. Chu Liuxiang logged off cultivation online before Meishio could even respond. After removing her helmet, Chu Liuxiang turned to look at Yuan, who was sleeping right beside her. He doesn't seem any different. Maybe it takes some time before the treasure affects his real body. Chu Liuxiang returned to the spectators' room shortly after. Nothing yet, but I won't lose hope just yet, Chu Liuxiang said to Meishio. 2 days later, Yuan stopped cultivating and opened his eyes. Peak Spirit Grandmaster, huh? I am on the verge of breaking through to Spirit Lord, so I might have a breakthrough during the tournament. Yuan thought to himself after inspecting his own body. He left the room to meet up with the Huang family afterward. We're all ready to go. What about you, Yuan? Huang Chen asked him. I am ready as well. He nodded. Good heavens, you've managed to increase your cultivation from Spirit Apprentice to Peak Spirit Grandmaster in just 2 days? Just how monstrous are your talents? Huang Shaoli was baffled when she saw his cultivation. Yuan and the Huang family left the hotel and started making their way to the location of the tournament. Although they didn't know where to go, they only needed to follow everyone else in the street, as they were all going the same direction. After walking for almost 2 hours, they would eventually arrive at a massive square, where a single colossal stage existed in the center. However, there were so many giants in the square that all of the humans there had to fly if they wanted to see anything. Not far away from the stage, there was a large platform supporting a colossal throne, where a handsome giant with golden hair sat. Of course, this man was Giant Emperor Coolus, and he had a bored expression on his face. However, that changed when he noticed Yuan's presence somewhere in the crowd, and a wide smile appeared on Giant Emperor Coolus' face. Show me a grand performance, Tianyang. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1032. Published at 20th of June, 2022, 8:07 and 56 seconds AM. Chapter 1032. Chapter 1032. Ancestral Tablet. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 1032. Ancestral Tablet. While Yuan waited with the Huang family for the Tournament of Strength to begin, countless players in the spirit heaven were busy looking for the treasures that Yuan had hidden for his event. Even though it has been over 2 weeks since Meishio revealed the location of the treasures to the world on behalf of Yuan, only half of the treasures had been found, so the treasure hunt was still in progress. In fact, the players' excitement and passion only grew stronger with every passing day. However, because of this seemingly innocent treasure hunt, thousands of players have died to other players because whenever a treasure is found, there would be a massive war to acquire it. Although it was never Yuan's intention to cause such chaos, what's done has already been done, and nobody blamed him for the chaos. Bastards! I found this treasure first. Get your hands off me. Nonsense. It doesn't matter who finds it first. The last person to hold it will be the rightful owner. The residents of Spirit Heaven were dumbfounded by the commotion caused by the players. In their eyes, most players were Rouge cultivators, and it was not normal for so many Rouge cultivators to gather in one spot, so they couldn't help but keep watch of the situation. When the residents of Spirit Heaven realized that the players were looking for treasures, they also joined in on the fun. Even though Yuan was no longer in Spirit Heaven, he was still causing mayhem there. Meanwhile, Chairman Li was laughing his ass off as he watched the chaos from a safe distance. Since Yuan had given him special treatment for his help, he didn't need to fight for any treasures. I am truly thankful to Chairman Zhao for his foolishness. If he didn't offend Yuan, I wouldn't have taken his place and became friends with Yuan. Chairman Li laughed out loud. Of course, Chairman Zhao was not the only one who had received special treatment. White Lotus, Xiaojingyi, and Yuro also received their own divine-grade treasures. About 10 minutes after Yuan arrived at the square with the Huang family, Giant Emperor Coolus stood up from his throne and swept the crowd with his profound gaze. The noise in the square immediately died down, and everyone there turned to focus on Giant Emperor Coolus. Welcome to the Tournament of Strength, where the strongest warriors in the Giants continent are born. In the Tournament of Strength, only one thing matters: your physique and raw prowess. Giant Emperor Coolus' voice rippled throughout the whole city. There are only 3 rules in the tournament. 1. You are not allowed to step on the stage with any treasures on your body. We have uniforms prepared for all participants. Besides this uniform and your own body, you will bring nothing else onto the stage. For the second rule, you are not allowed to use any martial techniques during the match. The only technique you are allowed to use are body enhancement techniques. In other words, anything that doesn't directly affect your body is strictly forbidden. Last but not least, you are not allowed to consume any kind of medicine or pills during the match. Before the match begins, you are required to consume a body cleansing pill, which will remove anything unnatural affecting your body, so any pills or treasures that you have consumed beforehand will be rendered useless. If you dare to disobey these rules and cheat before my presence, I will personally rip your head off your body. Did I make myself clear? Giant Emperor Coolus narrowed his eyes at them. Yes, Your Majesty. Everyone responded in a clear voice. Now then, As for the qualifications to participate in the tournament, I don't care if you're a human or a giant. If you can create even the slightest crack on this ancestral tablet, I will allow you to participate in the tournament for a chance to acquire the title of Colossal. The next moment, Yuan watched as two massive giants wearing golden armor carried a large black boulder onto the stage. Even though the boulder itself was smaller than either one of these giants, it required two of them to carry it. The ancestral tablet is made out of the most durable material that can be found in this continent, and it has a special property that gives them extreme resistance against spiritual energy, essentially making them invulnerable to all spiritual attacks. However, that doesn't make them vulnerable to physical damage. Not only are they durable against spiritual energy, they are also incredibly durable against physical damage. In order to participate in the tournament, you must strike the ancestral tablet with nothing but your fist and make a crack in it. Simple, right? Visit Readle.me for extra chapters. Everybody there was left speechless by Giant Emperor Coolest' last words. Even though the task sounded simple, it was actually an incredibly difficult requirement that will eliminate the majority of people there today. I have one more announcement before we begin the qualifiers, Giant Emperor Coolest suddenly said. And he continued, the winner of this year's tournament will not only receive the title of Colossal and a mythic rank body refinement technique, he will also earn the right to take my youngest daughter as their bride. What? Several people there exclaimed in a shocked voice after hearing such words. Giant Emperor Coolest has a daughter? Yuan raised an eyebrow. In the midst of the commotion, a figure suddenly appeared on the stage. This person was an unbelievably beautiful woman with long golden hair and a pair of emerald eyes, but she did not have the physique of a giant. Yuan's eyes widened when he saw this woman on the stage. That's Xieme. She was the giant emperor's daughter all along. Huang Shaoli exclaimed beside him. Indeed, this woman turned out to be Xieme, who had accompanied them to this city. Greetings, warriors. Just as my father said, I will consider marrying the person who will bear the title Colossal for the next 100 years. Xieme spoke in a gentle voice as she swept the crowd with her gaze, stopping when her gaze met Yuan's. When that happened, a bright smile appeared on her face. This woman. Yuan shook his head inwardly, wondering why he didn't realize her true identity sooner when she had the same features as her father. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1033. Published at 21st of June, 2022, 8:29 and 11 seconds AM. Chapter 1033. Chapter 1033, Ancestral Tablet. 2. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 1033, Ancestral Tablet. 2. Good heavens, the winner of the tournament will have a chance to marry Princess Maya? This means that the winner will not only become the next Colossal, but he will also join the royal family. This is a once-in-lifetime chance. The giants there were extremely excited. Princess Maya? Is that her real name? Huang Shaoli mumbled in a pondering voice. Forget about her name. I am more interested in her figure. Yuan suddenly said. Her figure. So you like women with that kind of body, huh? Huang Shaoli said as she stared at Maya's hourglass body. Huh? Yuan raised his eyebrows. No, that's not what I am talking about. I'm wondering why her physique resembles that of a human when her father is that massive. I heard that female giants naturally have a smaller frame than male giants. Furthermore, I doubt that's her real size. The royal family has a body refining technique that can alter their body size. Huang Chen explained. I see. That's why Giant Emperor Coolest shrunk in size when I saw him again. Sometime later, those who wanted to participate in the tournament started testing their strength against the ancestral tablet. A 21-meter-tall giant stood before the ancestral tablet and punched it with all of his might, causing the entire thing to tremble. However, that was all. The strike was strong enough to make the ancestral tablet tremble, but it wasn't strong enough to cause any damage to it. Impossible. The giant muttered in a dazed voice as he stared at the spot head just punched, seemingly in disbelief. "Get out of the way, you weakling." The giant behind him suddenly pushed him aside and punched the ancestral tablet as well. Dong. The ancestral tablet shook violently. The giant removed his fist from the rock with a confident smile on his face, but when he couldn't see any cracks on the ancestral tablet, his complexion paled. "Ha ha. Don't open your mouth if you have no strength to back it up. Get out of my way." One by one, both giants and humans would take their chances at the ancestral tablet. However, even after going through hundreds of participants, not a single person has managed to damage the ancestral tablet. An hour later, someone finally managed to damage the ancestral tablet, and it was a female giant. As she really did it. She cracked the ancestral tablet. The judge overseeing it announced after seeing the small crack on the rock. Shortly after the female giant cracked the ancestral tablet, the damage actually restored itself until it looked brand new. What interesting material. Yuan thought to himself, and he imagined making an armor out of it. Sometime later, after thousands of people had gone on the stage, Yuan finally decided it was his turn to approach the stage. However, the moment he stepped on the stage, Giant Emperor Coolest voice resounded. "You don't need to qualify for the tournament, Tianyang. You'll participate in the tournament regardless of your result." Yuan turned to look at Giant Emperor Coolest with raised eyebrows. "Is he the rumored rival of His Majesty? I heard about him." "Me too. I wonder how strong he is." The people there mumbled to each other. "Even if you say that, I want to test my strength," Yuan suddenly said. Giant Emperor Coolest narrowed his eyes and pondered for a moment before silently nodding his head. Yuan approached the ancestral tablet the next moment and prepared to strike it. After taking a deep breath, Yuan punched the ancestral tablet with all of his strength. Boom! The entire arena shook when Yuan's fist landed on the ancestral tablet. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. It was clear to everyone there that Yuan's strike was the strongest thus far. However, when Yuan removed his fist from the ancestral tablet, everyone was shocked to see not even the slightest crack on it. Giant Emperor Coolest narrowed his eyes at the ancestral tablet. Not bad. A smile appeared on his face for some reason. Yuan stared at the rock with a pondering face, and without saying anything, he turned around and walked off the stage. Looks like we have overestimated that human. He couldn't even do anything to the ancestral tablet. He doesn't qualify to participate in the tournament, but since His Majesty gave him special treatment, he'll still be able to enter. How unfair. The giants there complained amongst themselves in a low voice, especially those that had failed to pass the qualifications. They despised Yuan for being allowed to participate in the tournament, even though he clearly didn't qualify. However, nobody there dared to complain out loud. Sometime later, after several more people struck the ancestral tablet, the 13th person to go after Yuan's turn shocked everybody there with his results. He shattered the ancestral tablet. How is that possible? Holy heavens! I have never seen anything like this before. Who is that man? His prowess must be near His Majesty's level if he could destroy the ancestral tablet. The spectators were in shock. It was not just the spectators. Even the person who destroyed the ancestral tablet appeared to be quite shocked by the results. Unbeknownst to these people, Yuan's strike had destroyed the core of the ancestral tablet during his turn, severely weakening the ancestral tablet. Hence why this random person was able to shatter the rock even though his strike wasn't anything out of the ordinary. Of course, Giant Emperor Coolest was aware of this, but he didn't say anything. What should we do now, Your Majesty? The ancestral tablet is broken and it'll take some time to prepare a new one. The judge asked him. There's no need. 40 people have passed the qualifications. That is more than enough. We will end the qualification here and begin the tournament. Yes. Once the stage was clean again, Giant Emperor Coolest called all 40 participants onto the stage. The majority of the participants were unsurprisingly giants. As for humans, there were only 4 of them that had qualified, including Yuan. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1034. Published at 24th of June, 2022, for 18 and 20 seconds p.m. Chapter 1034. 1034. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 1034. Number 3. All 40 participants stood on the stage after Giant Emperor Kulis announced the end of the qualifiers when the ancestral tablet was destroyed. The 40 of you will now fight against each other, until only one of you remains undefeated. We will decide the matches through a lottery system. Giant Emperor Kulis snapped his fingers, summoning someone onto the stage. This person was holding onto a metal tray that had 40 storage pouches on it. Every storage pouch will have a number inside, from number 1 to 20. Those that have picked the same number will be fighting against each other. Simple, right? Go ahead and choose your pouches. Yuan and the other participants went to grab their storage pouch. Once everyone had one in their grasp, they opened it to retrieve a piece of paper with a number on it. Number 3. Yuan read the number on his paper in his head. If your number is not 1, get off the stage. The judge on the stage said to them a moment later. Everyone there but the 2 male giants with the number 1 left the stage. The judge handed each of them a body cleansing pill to swallow, and a pair of white uniforms to change into. Once the pill took effect and they changed clothes, Giant Emperor Kulis signaled the beginning of the fight. Boom. The 2 giants on the stage immediately began striking each other with their bare fist, each of their strikes causing the stage to tremble and creating ripples in the air. Yuan swallowed nervously after seeing the fierceness of these giants. Compared to Sorgi, these 2 were on another level, perhaps several levels higher even. Hey, Yuan, are you sure you'll be fine? Each of their strikes feels strong enough to shatter a real mountain. Huang Shaoli tapped his shoulders and asked him in a nervous voice. Let's hope so, Yuan said with a bittersweet smile on his face. Despite having a perfect physique, he wasn't completely confident in winning the tournament, as he had underestimated the difficulty of it. Over the next 2 hours, the giants on the stage would repeatedly strike each other without stopping for more than a few seconds, almost as if they had unlimited stamina and their bodies were indestructible. Their bodies began turning red after 3 hours, and in the 4th hour, the spectators could finally see blood being shed. Yuan and the Huang family expected the fight to end soon in their condition, but to their absolute shock, these 2 giants continued to abuse their bodies for another 3 hours. The whole fight had lasted 7 hours, and by the end of the fight, not a single bone in their body was left unharmed, with most of them shattered into many pieces. How in heaven's name will they continue to fight the next match in such a condition? Huang Shaoli mumbled to herself after seeing their broken bodies. It was a miracle that neither of them had died, but they were definitely on the verge of death. Winner, Warrior Kozus, the judge announced. After the fight ended, the judge handed both of the participants a pill that Yuan had never seen before. During the next few minutes after they swallowed the pill, their bodies could be seen recovering at a rapid rate, and by the end, their bodies looked completely fine, almost as if the match had never occurred. While the giants healed their injuries, some of the servants went on the stage to clean the blood until it was essentially new. Once the first 2 participants left the stage, the next 2 entered the stage. This time, it was a giant against a human, a female human at that. However, nobody there dared to ridicule the female human, as she had qualified to stand on the stage by cracking the ancestral tablet, something the majority of the people there had failed to achieve. The 2 of them changed into a white uniform and consumed a body cleansing pill a few minutes later. After bowing to each other, they started punching each other. The giant was over 20 meters tall while the female human was only around 165 meters. It was like watching an ant fighting an elephant. However, despite the difference in their sizes, the female human did not immediately lose to the giant, and even gave up a good fight. Although the fight lasted only half as long as the previous match, it was still very shocking to the spectators, as the female human had actually managed to defeat the giant. Winner, Warrior Mu Shuriying. She actually won, Huang Shaoli muttered in a dazed voice as she stared at the tall beauty standing on the stage, her body soaked in sweat and blood. Visit Readle.me for extra chapters. While the participants for the second match recovered their injuries, Yuan prepared to enter the stage. You're next, right? Huang Shaoli asked him. Yes, I am. He nodded. Then take this. I'll help you. Huang Shaoli suddenly retrieved a wooden box from her spatial ring and handed it to him. Ha! You know I cannot use any treasures before the match. Yuan raised his eyebrows. Just take it. She urged him. Yuan accepted the box and opened it. His eyes widened when he saw what was resting inside the box. Good luck, Yuan. Huang Shaoli said to him with a smile on her face. Yes. Thank you. Yuan smiled back at her before absorbing the golden orb of light inside the box. After absorbing the orb of light, Yuan could feel his muscles becoming even sturdier. The next participants may enter the stage. The judge's voice resounded a moment later. I'll be right back. Yuan said to the Huang family before approaching the massive platform, and he could feel the gaze of everyone there staring at him. The moment he stepped onto the stage, the scenery began to change, and Yuan found himself back at the stairway to heaven a few seconds later. What a place to stop the trial, he sighed out loud. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1035. Published at 24th of June, 2022, for 18 and 19 seconds p.m. Chapter 1035. 1035. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 1035. Coolest, congratulations on passing the second trial, Master. Tian'er appeared before him shortly after he returned to the stairway to heaven. Yuan turned to look at her with a serious expression on his face. Tian'er, I have some questions for you before I continue the trial. Why did the perfect tempering ginseng affect my body even though that shouldn't be possible? Tian'er tilted her head and spoke in a calm voice. Why shouldn't it be possible? I mean, I get that I can learn techniques while inside the stairway to heaven, but the treasures affecting my actual body doesn't make any sense. Everything should be a simulation, so it shouldn't be possible to actually affect my body. A profound smile appeared on Tian'er's small face as she spoke. While it's true that the trials are all simulations created by the stairway to heaven, the treasures are actually real. The stairway to heaven is more than it appears. It's not only a bridge that connects the 9 heavens, it's also a vault full of treasures stored by the previous masters. Yuan's body trembled in shock after hearing Tian'er's words. The stairway to heaven is a treasure vault, he muttered in a dazed voice. That's right. However, only the master has access to these treasures, hence why nobody is aware of it. Tian'er continued. Yuan fell to his knees after learning the truth, and coming to a realization. I could have acquired so many priceless treasures at the Colossal Tower, but I wasted such a chance because I assumed the treasures were fake. What a blunder! He cried inwardly. Wait. Even if I didn't acquire the treasures during the trial, the treasure should still exist somewhere in the stairway to heaven, right? Yuan suddenly asked Tian'er. She nodded and said, if you wish to have access to the vault, you'll need to continue climbing the stairway to heaven, as this place is also a training device for you. I understand. Thank you for the explanation. Yuan climbed the staircase shortly after, ascending to the third trial. This appears to be your final trial, Master. Tian'er said to him. Is this going to be a continuation of the previous trial? Or is it going to be something entirely different? Yuan closed his eyes and wondered to himself as the scenery began to change. When he opened his eyes, he found himself standing on a platform. However, the platform looked different than the last one he saw. It was much smaller, and he couldn't see any giants around him. Yuan quickly noticed a figure standing in front of him. This person was a young man with long blonde hair that shone like gold under the sunlight, and he was a head shorter than Yuan, but he emanated an aura that was far superior. Yuan ignored this person for now to look at his surroundings, and he was immediately surprised by the scenery, as he appeared to be surrounded by clouds. Where am I? What kind of trial is this? Yuan wondered to himself. Ding. Kulas? Yuan raised an eyebrow upon seeing this familiar name. After realizing the situation, he turned to look at the young man standing not far away from him. Giant Emperor Kulas? Yuan didn't recognize him immediately because he looked much younger than the Giant Emperor Kulas from the previous trial, not to mention his size. Who the hell are you calling the Giant Emperor? Stop daydreaming and fight me already, Tianyang. Kulas shouted while pointing his fingers at Yuan. Yuan's eyes widened with shock. What is going on? Why does he look human? I thought Giant Emperor Kulas was born a giant. Is this the stairway to heaven messing with me? Or is there something I am missing here? Kulas spoke again. Remember, no weapons or treasures. This is how a real man should fight, with their bare hands. He showed Yuan his fists and his arms that were bulging with muscle and veins. Yuan tossed aside all his questions temporarily and held his fists in front of him. Here I come. Kulas suddenly dashed towards him. Whoosh. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. Kulas swung his fist at Yuan at lightning speed. What? The speed of Kulas' strike was so fast that Yuan could only see a blurred arm for a split second before feeling intense pain in his body, as Kulas' fist had struck him directly in his body. When Kulas struck Yuan's body, it felt like someone had shot a cannonball at him. If it wasn't for his perfect physique and enhanced body, Kulas' strike would have made a hole in his body. After being struck, Yuan immediately retreated to gain some distance. Shit. It hurts. Yuan nearly fell to his knees from the pain. What's wrong, Tianyang? You don't look so good. I have been waiting for this moment. The day that I will finally defeat you. Ahaha. Kulas laughed out loud. Yuan showed a bittersweet smile. Even with the perfect physique, this trial won't be easy. Here I come again. Kulas warned him before rushing at him again. I can't react to his strikes, so I can only endure them. Yuan activated the Golden Mountain Body Refinement and discarded all thoughts of avoiding, only focusing on attacking back. Whoosh! Yuan gritted his teeth and prepared for the strike. The moment Kulas' fist landed on his body, Yuan struck back with his own fist. Kulas' eyes widened with surprise after feeling the strength behind Yuan's strike. Not bad. Let's see how long you can last. Kulas shouted as he threw a second punch, then a third and a fourth. Yuan would tank all of Kulas' strikes with his bare body before retaliating with his own attack, and over the next few hours, the two of them would continue exchanging blows in such a manner, almost as though they were participating in the tournament of strength. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1036. Published at 24th of June, 2022, for 18 and 18 seconds p.m. Chapter 1036. 1036. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 1036. Kulas. 2. A few hours have passed since Yuan and Kulas started battering each other relentlessly like crazy. Even though every strike was accompanied by intense pain, there was a smile on Yuan's face. The same goes for Kulas, who was smiling from ear to ear as their blood splattered all over the floor. I don't think I have the stomach to watch this. Chu Liuxiang turned away from the pond after seeing Yuan's bloodied body. Meixia was also having a hard time watching Yuan suffer such brutal abuse. However, Li Jinxi watched them with an intense gaze, almost as if she was completely absorbed in their fight. In fact, her gaze showed signs of envy. Despite the bloody scene, the young master seems to be enjoying it. In fact, he's even tempering his body with his opponent's attacks. Feng Yuxiang said. Didn't he already achieve a perfect physique through the perfect tempering ginseng? Why does he still need to temper his body? Chu Liuxiang asked. Xiaohua then spoke. Just because Brother Yuan has a perfect physique doesn't mean he has an invincible body and no longer needs to train. Having a perfect physique just means that he has the ideal body for tempering his body, allowing him to progress faster than other body refiners. I see, Chu Liuxiang mumbled. The young master seems to be progressing at a rapid rate. In the beginning, his face would twist with pain every time he is struck, but his face barely moves now. He's not only gotten used to the pain, but his body is also strengthening to the point where his opponent's strikes are no longer as effective. It won't be long before the young master wins the fight. Feng Yuxiang explained further. Sure enough, after exchanging blows with each other for another hour, Kulis became the first to fall to his knees. You're a crazy bastard, Tianyang. No matter how many times I punch you, you won't go down, and it even seems like you're getting stronger. How is that possible? Kulis muttered in an exhausted voice as he knelt on the ground. Who knows? Yuan responded with a similarly exhausted voice. Of course, the only reason he was still standing was due to his perfect regeneration that would heal all of his internal injuries and more within moments after Kulis inflicted them. Anyways, this is your win. Kulis then said. Let's have another match. Yuan immediately said afterward. Kulis looked at him with wide eyes. Nah. Forget it. I won't defeat you even if we fight 100 times. Yuan was a little taken aback by Kulis' refusal. If he refuses to fight me, I won't get the special reward. I need to think of something quick. After pondering for a moment, Yuan suddenly showed Kulis a mocking smile. You're giving up just because you lost once? What a coward. When did you lose your spine, Kulis? If you're this pathetic, don't ever come to me for another fight. Kulis' eyebrows suddenly twitched. What the fuck did you just call me? He glared at Yuan with intense killing intent. Yuan continued to smile. A coward because that's what you are. If you want to fight so badly, I will fight you and make you regret calling me a coward. However, give me 3 days. We will start our second match in 3 days. That's what I am talking about. Let's have 3 matches. If you can defeat me even once, I will consider it your win. Yuan said. Then I will see you in 3 days. Kulis stood up and limped to the small building that was located at the edge of the platform. Does he live here? Where is this place, anyway? Yuan wondered to himself. Once Kulis entered the building, Yuan sat down to cultivate. After recovering his injuries, he began walking around the edge of the place. It appears that we're somewhere in the sky, but what will happen if I try to leave this place? In order to satisfy his curiosity, Yuan flew off the edge of the platform and into the thick clouds. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. After flying straight for a few seconds, Yuan came out of the clouds and arrived at another platform. However, this platform looked exactly the same as the previous, not to mention the building in the distance and the blood on the floor. Yuan tried flying towards another direction, but he was still brought back to the same place. So I am limited to this place for this trial, huh? Besides the house that Kulis had entered, there was a small tree behind the building as well as a small pond that was filled with clear water. Yuan approached the tree and the pond. There was nothing out of the ordinary about the tree, but the pond was just deep enough to be used as a bath. Yuan narrowed his eyes on the water. Although the water looked ordinary at glance, he could sense a faint aura coming from it. After pondering for a moment, he placed a finger into the water. This water looks ordinary, but it actually contains an immense amount of spiritual energy. It's ideal for tempering one's body too. Kulis probably gave me 3 days for a reason, this being the reason. After realizing that the water could be used to temper his body, Yuan quickly stripped naked before submerging his body inside the water that happened to fit his body perfectly, and he began tempering his body with it. Meanwhile, in the spectators' room, the ladies' gazes were fixated on Yuan's perfect body. It wasn't obvious with his clothes on, but his body really underwent some major changes after consuming the perfect tempering ginseng. Chu Liuxiang could feel her mouth producing more saliva than usual after seeing Yuan's new body. In fact, everyone there except Xiao Hua was ogling at Yuan's body at this moment, especially Li Jinxi, who appeared the most dazed out of everyone there. When Xiao Hua noticed their odd expressions, she raised an eyebrow and asked in an innocent voice, "What's wrong with all of you? Is there something wrong with Brother Yuan? If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible." Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1037. Published at 25th of June, 2022, 3:09 and 21 seconds p.m. Chapter 1037. 1037 If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 1037 Coolest 3. No. There's nothing wrong. The ladies in the room responded to Xiaohua's question with a somewhat rosy face. 3 days later, Yuan opened his eyes when Coolest came out of the building. What are you doing? Get out of there and fight me. I'm ready for our rematch. Coolest said to him. All right. Give me a moment. Yuan jumped out of the small pond and got dressed before going to stand in front of Coolest. Ready? Coolest asked with a confident smile on his face. His aura has improved tremendously in just 3 days. I reckon that he's at least 30% stronger than before. Yuan thought to himself after seeing Coolest's aura that made it seem as though the space around him was distorting. However, it was not just Coolest who had improved over the past 3 days. Yuan's physique also experienced significant improvements after tempering himself in the clear water. Then let's go. Coolest suddenly stepped forward and punched his fist at Yuan. Yuan immediately activated Golden Mountain Body Refinement and stood still, letting Coolest hit him directly in his chest. A ripple swept the air after the impact, and Yuan could feel his muscles screaming in pain. But he endured it and retaliated with his own fist. The way they fought each other was the exact same as before. It was more of an endurance challenge than a proper fight, but neither of them complained. Coolest enjoyed fighting like this as it got his blood pumping with excitement. As for Yuan, he couldn't ask for a better training partner. His body would become steadier, more refined, and stronger with every strike, so he had no reason to complain. After 100 strikes, Coolest suddenly roared, and his body grew slightly larger. This is... Yuan's eyes widened with surprise after seeing Coolest's sudden transformation. A wide smile appeared on Coolest's face as he sent his fist flying at Yuan. Yuan, who had no intention of avoiding the strike, could feel an immense pressure coming from Coolest's fist. Ah! Yuan cried out in pain for the first time when his right arm was sent flying by Coolest's attack. Yuan! Young master! Brother Yuan! The ladies in the spectators' room exclaimed when they saw Yuan's entire arm fly off his shoulder after being struck by Coolest. Their faces turned pale, as they have never seen Yuan suffering such a grievous wound before except the time when he was in the mystic realm. Yuan jumped back to gain some distance from Coolest, who remained standing there with a smile on his face. He glanced at his severed arm that had fallen several meters away, before turning to look at the injury on his body. What a powerful punch! Yuan swallowed nervously as he blocked his injury with his spiritual energy, preventing any more blood loss. Coolest suddenly started laughing. Ha ha ha. How do you like my... However, before he could even finish his sentence, Yuan's perfect regeneration kicked in, growing him a new arm within seconds. Coolest stared at Yuan with his eyes as wide as saucers. What the fuck did you just do? How did you just... Are you even human? Coolest exclaimed in a shocked voice while pointing at Yuan. Of course I am human. What about you? Is that the great mammoth body refinement that I have heard about? Yuan said with a smile on his face. So you already knew about this technique. That's right. I am currently using the great mammoth body refinement. It not only allows me to alter my body size, it even boosts my strength by a tremendous amount. As long as I am in this state, you won't be able to take a hit from me. I won this match, Tianyang. Keep dreaming. The match isn't decided just yet. Yuan rushed at Coolest after fully recovering from his injury. After tanking Yuan's hit, Coolest swung back. However, to his surprise, Yuan didn't avoid his attack like had anticipated. In fact, Yuan did the complete opposite by blocking the attack with his own fist. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. Ack. Yuan gritted his teeth when he felt his muscles tearing apart and all of the bones in his arm shatter. And in the midst of Coolest's shock, Yuan used his other arm to strike back. Coolest retreated several steps afterward. Ha 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 ha. As expected of my rival. You're full of surprises, Tianyang. Coolest laughed like a maniac as he rushed at Yuan again. Several hours later, Coolest knelt on the bloodied ground with a look of disbelief on his face. You're a freaking monster, Tianyang, he muttered in a low voice. I can say the same to you, Kulis. Yuan said with a smile on his face, but his entire body was soaked in blood, looking as if had just taken a dip in a bath of blood. It's not over yet, Tianyang. One more match. I have a feeling that I will be able to defeat you in the next match. Kulis glared at him with a confident gaze. Sure. Yuan nodded. 7 days. I will see you in 7 days. Kulis slowly stood back up before limping towards the building. Once Kulis disappeared inside the building, Yuan immediately entered the pond and began cultivating. 5 days later, Yuan opened his eyes and turned to look at the building with a frown on his face. Even though Kulis was still inside the house, his aura had grown to the point where it was leaking out of the building. This isn't good. At this rate, he'll definitely defeat me during our third match. Yuan sighed inwardly. However, there was no way for him to significantly increase his strength in the next 2 days. If I want to defeat Kulis in 2 days, I will need to use the golden aura. Unfortunately, he still doesn't have the capability to use the golden aura at will. Looks like I will have to force it to come out. Yuan swallowed nervously after recalling how painful it was afterward. However, he didn't have any choice. Thus, after mentally preparing himself, Yuan activated the nameless technique. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1038. Published at 26th of June, 2022, 2:39 and 15 seconds p.m. Chapter 1038. 1038. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 1038. Heaven's Supremacy. After activating the nameless technique, a crimson aura began emerging from Yuan's body. He took several deep breaths before increasing the intensity of the technique. In the spectators' room, the ladies were shocked when they saw what Yuan was doing. Why is he suddenly using that technique again? Did he already forget about the backlash head received the last time he tried to use it? Chu Liuxiang exclaimed after seeing the crimson aura around Yuan. Who knows? I'm afraid that only he knows what he is doing. Mei Xiu shook her head. Several minutes later, the deafening voice resounded inside Yuan's head. How dare you? Yuan coughed up a mouthful of blood after hearing this voice that shook all of his internal organs. You dare ignore my previous warning. Do you have a death wish, brat? Yuan gritted his teeth and tried his best to ignore the pain coming from all over his body. Who are you? Yuan managed to mutter. I am above all that exists in this world. I am heaven's supremacy. Arg. The pain was so unbearable that Yuan fell unconscious before he could ask any more questions. Yuan. The ladies in the spectators' room were left terrified by what they had just witnessed. He's not dead, is he? Li Jinsi asked in a trembling voice. That's ridiculous. He can't die like that. Chu Liuxiang exclaimed. Calm down. Yuan is still alive. Lan Yingying suddenly said, and she continued. If you look closely, you can see that he's still breathing. He's just unconscious. I don't get it. What is the young master trying to achieve by harming himself? Feng Yuxiang stared at Yuan with a pondering expression on her face, and an uneasy feeling in her heart. What about the trial? There's only 2 days left before that man returns, right? Mei Xiu asked. We can only hope for the young master to wake up. Feng Yuxiang sighed. Several hours later, Yuan slowly opened his eyes. Where am I? He pushed himself off the floor and looked around with a dazed face. That's right. Heaven's supremacy. The golden aura responded to me. Does it have its own will? Just what is heaven's supremacy? He pondered to himself as he sat on the ground. After pondering for some time, Yuan took a deep breath and sat in the lotus position with a resolute face. He then activated the nameless technique. The ladies in the spectators' room were left speechless by his actions. What is he doing? He's really doing this on purpose. Chu Liuxiang exclaimed. A few moments later, Yuan coughed up more blood, and the muscles in his body began squirming, almost as though it was alive. Yuan released a deafening roar as a golden aura exploded from his body. consuming the crimson aura. Insolence. If you continue this reckless behavior, I will really kill you. The ancient voice resounded once again. Lend me your power. I want to defeat Kulis. Yuan said with much difficulty. Only those who are worthy can wield the heaven's supremacy. You are not worthy. The voice boomed. If I am not worthy, then why are you in my body? Why was I able to use your powers before? By pure luck. Bullshit. Yuan shouted. Although it was just for a moment, Yuan felt the pain in his body lessen. You don't have what it takes to use my power. You are too weak. You are not worthy. The pain in Yuan's body suddenly skyrocketed. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. He collapsed for a second time. A few hours later, Yuan woke up and repeated the same thing. You are not worthy. The voice boomed inside his head several minutes later, causing him to lose consciousness for a third time. After waking up, he challenged the heaven's supremacy for the fourth time, then a fifth, and a sixth time. When he woke up for the seventh time, Yuan realized something. It's not as painful as before, and I am waking up much sooner now. Perhaps this is the secret to heaven's supremacy. An excited expression appeared on Yuan's face after realizing this. How much longer do I have until Kulis returns? Yuan looked around the trial, eventually noticing a timer above him in the sky. I have 12 hours left until Kulis returns. I must control the heaven's supremacy before then. He immediately began challenging the heaven's supremacy for the seventh time. 3 hours later, Yuan woke up after arguing with the ancient voice for over 15 minutes. After being knocked down for the eighth time, Yuan realized something else. The reason it's getting less painful is not because I am getting used to the pain. It's because the heaven's supremacy is not as rebellious. Why? If I can understand why, then maybe I will. Yuan recalled the times had used heaven's supremacy by chance, trying his best to remember what had done before triggering it. Excitement. I was filled with excitement, and my heart burned with the desire to win. Could it be my desire to win that triggered it? No, not my desire. My will. Yuan realized that he became less afraid of the heaven's supremacy after challenging it multiple times. That his will had increased. It was at this moment another voice resounded inside his head. In order to control the heaven's supremacy, you must have an indomitable will. A will that will never submit. A will that will never waver. A will that is strong enough to overturn even the heavens. This voice sounded different than the ancient voice, yet it was very familiar to him. It was Tianyang's voice. An indomitable will? A slight smile appeared on Yuan's face. So that's why it kept saying that I wasn't worthy. It was trying to make me waver. It was trying to mess with my will. Now that he knew how to deal with the heaven's supremacy, Yuan sat down and activated the nameless technique for the 9th time, and on his face was a tranquil expression that one would express when they receive enlightenment. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1039. Published at 26th of June 2022, 2:39 and 13 seconds p.m. Chapter 1039. 1039. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 1039. Heaven's Supremacy. 2. After sitting in the lotus position without moving or doing anything for several minutes, Yuan suddenly took a long and deep breath before releasing it. He closed his eyes and activated the nameless technique. A few moments later, the ancient voice resounded inside his head. You are not worthy. You are too weak. However, despite what the voice claimed, Yuan barely felt any pain in his body. My will is not strong enough to completely neglect the voice. Yuan thought to himself as he suddenly decided to enter the deepest part of his consciousness where his incarnations normally resided. However, Tianyang and the others were nowhere to be seen. Instead, he could see the outline of a massive entity within his consciousness, and it was emanating a subtle golden aura. Yuan remained calm as he approached this entity without fear. Are you the heaven's supremacy's true form? Even when he was right in front of the entity, Yuan was unable to see its true figure or appearance, almost as if it was perfectly blended into the darkness. You are not worthy. The ancient voice resounded again, but it was much calmer this time. If you truly believe that I am not worthy, then get the hell out of my body. Yuan said with a calm expression. Is by. The ancient voice became silent for a few moments before returning. Did you not seek my power just recently? A power that doesn't listen to its owner is useless, no matter how strong it is. Furthermore, I have the nameless technique. It's more than enough to replace you. The audacity, SS. The ancient voice boomed, causing the void to tremble. I am the pinnacle of strength. I am the pinnacle of techniques. I am the pinnacle of treasures. I am the pinnacle of all that exists. I am the heaven's supremacy. There's nothing in this universe that can replace me, much less some trash like the nameless technique. Yuan smiled and said, once again, even if you are the strongest power in existence, you are useless to me if I cannot use you, just like a sword with its blade or a gun without any bullets. If you refuse to submit to me, I will toss you aside like trash. Without me, you are also useless, just like a weapon without someone to wield it. Even the sharpest sword in the world won't be able to threaten anyone if it's not used. Even though the ancient voice had mumbled something inaudible, Yuan could somehow tell that it was frustrated. You have 3 seconds to decide. In 3 seconds, I will leave this place and forever ignore your existence. 1, 2, th. Yuan halted his voice when he noticed the massive figure suddenly shrinking in size until it was around the same size as him. Once the shrinking stopped, the entity began approaching him, allowing Yuan to get a clearer view of it, and to his surprise, this entity now looked more like a bulky human. Furthermore, this entity appeared to have 10 arms, 5 on each side. No, what are you? Yuan asked with a slight frown on his face. You will eventually remember, but until then, you can call me Shura. Are you the Heaven's Supremacy's will? The Heaven's Supremacy is merely a fragment of my power that I bestowed upon you. However, that does not mean it will listen to you. While the others have received its acknowledgement, you have yet to prove yourself worthy to wield its power. The others, as in my past lives? That's right. Even gods covet this power. Yet you dare to threaten to toss it away. You're the first. I don't need a sword that cannot be used to defeat my enemies, no matter how sharp that sword may be. Yuan said. After a moment of silence, Shura spoke. Very well. Then I will allow you to wield the Heaven's Supremacy to show you what you'll be missing out on if you throw it away. However, you will only get 3 chances. If you do not receive the Heaven's Supremacy's acknowledgement after 3 uses, you won't be able to use it until you do. Visit Me for extra chapters. Don't disappoint me, brat. Shura's figure disappeared shortly after. However, right as Yuan prepared to leave the void, he heard footsteps approaching him from behind. When he turned around, he could see a familiar face standing behind him. I see that you have finally recalled Shura. It will only be a matter of time before you recall everything. Tianyang said with a profound smile on his face. What do you want? Yuan asked him. I'm just here to give you some advice. If you want to remember your memories faster, you should really focus on improving your cultivation. You've been a spirit lord for far too long. Tianyang said. He then tilted his head to look up into the void. You should wake up now. Don't keep our friend waiting. Outside Yuan's consciousness, Kula stood before him with a frown on his face. If you don't wake up soon, I will toss you off this fucking platform. Kula shouted at him. Yuan opened his eyes the following moment, his gaze emanating an otherworldly pressure. As he slowly stood up, his body exuded a golden aura that flickered like flames, making it seem as if his body was engulfed in fire. What the hell is happening? Kula stared at Yuan with wide eyes, his confidence wavering. Are you ready for our rematch? Yuan asked him in a calm voice. Kula swallowed nervously, but he still nodded his head. Damn right I am ready. Kulis immediately moved into action by attacking first. Yuan could tell that Kulis had become twice as strong as before, but his confidence and will remain unwavering. I am possible. Kulis uttered in disbelief a second later. his movements completely frozen when Yuan caught his fist with a single hand. Heads up, Yuan said right before punching Kulis square in the face with his other hand. Whoosh. Kulis' body was sent flying the very next second, his body slamming into the building in the distance, completely destroying it. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1040. Published at 26th of June, 2022, 2:39 and 12 seconds p.m. Chapter 1040. 1040. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 1040. Heaven's Supremacy 3. No way. What happened to the young master? Why did he suddenly acquire so much strength? Feng Yuxiang was shocked after witnessing Yuan's prowess. It must have something to do with his golden aura. Every time it appears, his prowess increases tremendously, almost like my nameless technique, but even my nameless technique couldn't hold a candle against his mysterious technique. Li Jinxi said. A few moments after he was sent flying, Kulis dug himself out of the rubble and approached Yuan with a wide smile on his face. Not bad, Tianyang. But you'll need more than that to defeat me. Kulis suddenly roared, and his body began growing larger and larger, eventually becoming a 50-meter-tall giant. Let's see if you can catch my fist with your hand now, Tianyang. Kulis laughed out loud as he punched at Yuan. The pressure coming from Kulis' fist was so strong that it pushed the clouds in the background many meters back. However, Yuan remained indifferent, his gaze completely tranquil. A hand? I don't need a hand to stop your attack. A single finger is more than enough. Yuan spoke as he pointed his middle finger towards Kulis' incoming fist. Boom. A massive ripple swept the place when Yuan's finger collided with Kulis' fist, sweeping away all of the clouds that surrounded them and revealing its scenery that was mostly a mountain range. You freaking monster. A terrified expression was on Kulis' face when he saw the results. Yuan had actually managed to block his fist with a single finger, and had done so without being pushed back even a single step. Heaven's supremacy. Remember it, Kulis, because that is what defeated you. Yuan said before throwing his punch at Kulis' fist that had stopped. Whoosh. Once again Kulis was sent flying. However, there was nothing to stop him this time, and he was sent flying off the platform. Boom. The entire mountain range trembled when Kulis landed on the ground. A golden orb of light suddenly emerged from the pond that Yuan had tempered his body in, and it floated towards him. After absorbing the golden orb, a flood of memories gushed inside Yuan's head. This is Tianyang's memories. Yuan closed his eyes and digested the memories. I see. So this is how I met Kulis. A small smile appeared on Yuan's face as he recalled his rivalry with Kulis and how it all began. After he finished absorbing Tianyang's memories, Yuan turned to look at Kulis, who was still lying on the ground, seeming unconscious. I hope that you're still alive out there somewhere, Kulis. I still haven't fulfilled our promise, so don't you dare die yet. Yuan mumbled in a low voice. Unfortunately, the chances of Kulis still being alive at this moment was slim to none, as it has been tens if not hundreds of millions of years since he last met Kulis. And unless they were demons or an undying immortal who has reached the apex of cultivation, nobody could live for that long. Yuan returned to the stairway to heaven shortly after he completed his third trial. Congratulations, Master. You have completed all of the trials for this ascension. You can now travel to the third heaven. Tiana appeared before him and said. The ladies in the spectators' room reunited with Yuan shortly after. Yuan, are you okay? Chu Liuxiang asked him in a worried voice. Why wouldn't I be okay? He smiled. You took a lot of beating during this trial. Yes, I did, but it made me stronger, a lot stronger. The stairway to heaven is not just a bridge that connects the 9 heavens, it's also a training ground. Anyways, now that we can enter the third heaven, let's go. There's a lot of work that needs to be done. Yuan then said. Okay. The ladies there nodded. Please wait a moment, Master. Tianer suddenly stopped them. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. What's the matter? Tian'er created a projection in front of her and said, the 7 legacy families and the Ji family have surrounded the stairway to heaven. You will be ambushed if you leave through the main gate. The situation outside the stairway to heaven in the 3rd heaven began to materialize in the projection, showing Yuan and the others the situation outside. Yuan frowned upon seeing the ambush. The survivors of the 7 legacy families and the Ji family must have reported you to them. What should we do, young master? We can either wait for them to leave, or we can go outside and kill all of them. Feng Yuxiang asked him. Yuan rubbed his eyes and sighed. Do I really have to spill so much blood the moment I enter the 3rd heaven? I'd rather avoid fighting if I can. Because at this rate, we'll have to kill these families over and over again as we continue to ascend. If Master doesn't wish for a confrontation, I can make it so that you're teleported to a random location in the 3rd heaven when you exit the stairway to heaven. This way, you will be able to enter the 3rd heaven without encountering them right away. Tian'er suddenly said, a random location. So we won't know where we'll end up until we appear in the 3rd heaven, huh? Yuan began pondering. Yes, that's the only way to enter the 3rd heaven without being ambushed. Tian'er nodded. What do you guys think? Yuan asked the others for their opinion. I also would prefer it if we can avoid fighting, Meishio said. Me too, Chu Liuxiang said. The others agreed with Meishio and Chu Liuxiang. Since there is no objection, well, do it your way, Tian'er. Yuan said to her a moment later. I understand. Then I will teleport you outside now. Until next time, Master. Tian'er said with a smile on her face before sending them out of the stairway to heaven. Congratulations. Player Yuan has become the first player to ascend to 3rd heaven through the stairway to heaven. Because of player Yuan's efforts, Spirit Heaven has re-established its connection with 3rd heaven, allowing access for all players. All players may now enter the stairway to heaven and ascend to 3rd heaven without any restrictions. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1041. Published at 27th of June, 2022, 2:18 and 12 seconds p.m. Chapter 1041. 1041. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 1041. Player Massacre. Look. There's an announcement. The players that noticed the announcement quickly pointed at it. 3rd heaven is open. And it's player Yuan who opened it. The players were filled with excitement after seeing the announcement, even though it hasn't been that long since Yuan connected Spirit Heaven and the lower heavens. The players began talking with their friends and their groups. Are you going to the 3rd heaven? Hell no. Don't you remember what happened when this realm was opened? Everyone and their mother rushed to ascend, but they quickly realized that it was a mistake since they weren't prepared for the increased difficulty. Besides player Yuan, I doubt there are any other players out there who are capable enough to traverse the new level. Yeah, and we have barely scratched the surface for this level. I'll stay here for a few more months before I even think about ascending to the next level. No matter how illogical it may seem to ascend, there will always be people who don't care about the consequences or are too stupid to understand their situation. A lot of people will die in the next few days. Sure enough, when news about the 3rd heaven spread online, countless people rushed to the stairway to heaven to ascend. In their eyes, even if it was extremely risky, the 3rd heaven will have more opportunities than Spirit Heaven, and the spiritual energy there was much more plentiful, allowing them to cultivate faster. However, these players would soon realize what they were getting themselves into, that they were walking towards a death trap. Meanwhile, outside the stairway to heaven in the 3rd heaven, the 7 legacy families and the Ji family were still camping outside, patiently waiting to ambush Yuan. It's been over a month since this Yuan entered the stairway to heaven. Do you think he'd failed the trials and couldn't ascend? He probably died inside the stairway to heaven. I doubt it. We have people watching the stairway to heaven in Spirit Heaven. They would have notified us by now if he failed the trial. The leaders of the 7 legacy families spoke to each other as they sat down for some spiritual tea. Several minutes later, their bodies froze when someone shouted, "The stairway to heaven is opening. He's coming out. Get ready. Kill him the moment he steps out of the stairway to heaven." The head of the G family shouted, his voice alerting everyone there. The following moment, a group of people walked out of the stairway to heaven with clear excitement on their faces. Attack! Whoosh! SS! Boom! Thousands of cultivators launched their attacks at this group of ignorant players before they could even realize what was going on. And before they knew it, they were dead. The world shook for a moment from so many techniques going off at once. Did we do it? Did we kill them? We did it. We killed him. We have avenged our families. The people there celebrated when they saw the blood splatters. However, their celebration was cut short when someone suddenly shouted, "Wait! It's not over yet. There are more people coming out of the stairway to heaven." When the cultivators saw this, they immediately stopped celebrating to attack these innocent players that had no idea what was even going on. Wait. Why were there so many people? The numbers don't add up. The cultivators realized this after killing the players. But alas, they weren't given any time to think. As more players started coming out of the stairway to heaven. There are more of them. Attack. Kill them all. The cultivators stopped thinking and merely focused on attacking the players that came out of the stairway to heaven. It was a massacre, one that neither side understood. Within minutes of the massacre, the players that had been killed by the cultivators started warning the others online, and the situation spread like wildfire. Visit Readle.me for extra chapters. Warning: do not ascend to the third heaven. You will be killed. Third heaven is a death trap. I was killed the moment I entered the third heaven. Complaints from the players that had been killed flooded the online forums and pretty much the entire internet, causing widespread shock. Holy shit, I am so glad that I decided to wait a few days before ascending. I dodged a bullet today. See, I told you that it was a bad idea to ascend so quickly. But why would the NPCs attack them? Who knows? What about player Yuan? Since he was the first one to ascend, there's a good chance that he was also killed, right? The players began wondering if Yuan had also been killed by the cultivators, unaware that he was responsible for their situation. Meanwhile, back at the stairway to heaven, there's something wrong here. Why are there so many people ascending in such a short time? What is happening? Lord G, I think we have made a grave mistake. We need to stop attacking immediately. The leaders of the 7 legacy families said to him. The Lord G of the third heaven also realized that something was amiss, so he demanded for the attacks to stop. However, it was already too late, as hundreds of players have already lost their lives because of this misunderstanding. The cultivators waited for more players to show up so that they could ask the players about Yuan, but because of their massacre, none of the players dared to ascend anymore, and it would remain like this for an entire week. What the fuck is going on? What happened to Yuan? Did we kill him or not? The cultivators were at a loss, and they couldn't tell if they'd killed Yuan or not due to the chaos and misunderstandings. The 7 legacy families and the G family held an emergency meeting afterward. In the end, they decided to leave the scene and return home for now, leaving behind some people to investigate the situation. As for their business with Yuan, since he was nowhere to be seen and they didn't know whether they had killed him or not, they decided to consider him dead until they figured things out. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1042. Published at 29th of June, 2022, 9:50 and 40 seconds AM. Chapter 1042. Chapter 1042. Arriving at third heaven. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 1042. Arriving at third heaven. After being teleported out of the stairway to heaven by Tianer, Yuan and the others found themselves somewhere in the middle of a green valley, surrounded by mountains and trees. Looks like we have arrived safely. I was worried about the possibility of appearing in the middle of an ocean, or worse, at the bottom of one. Chu Liuxiang said as she looked around. Is everyone here? Yuan looked around to make sure that nobody had strayed from the group. Chu Liuxiang, Mei Xiu, Li Jinxi, Xiaohua, Feng Yuxiang, and Li Jinxi, all 6 of them were there. Since we've been inside the stairway to heaven for longer than I'd anticipated, I am going to take a few days break. We'll figure out our location, and where we should go afterward. Yuan said to them. Okay. Xiaohua and the other 2 servants returned to his body before Yuan logged off with Meishio and the others. After logging off, the first thing Yuan noticed was Meifeng, who was cleaning his room at this moment. Welcome back, Meifeng said when she noticed them removing their consoles. I'm back. Yuan smiled. I can't believe that you'd actually stayed inside for over a month without any breaks. Are you feeling okay? Meifeng asked him. Yes, I am perfectly fine. He nodded. And he continued, but my stomach is not. I'm starving. I'll go cook some food right now. Meifeng stopped cleaning the room and rushed to the kitchen. I'm going to take a shower, he said to Chu Liuxiang after Meifeng left the room. I'll come with you, Chu Liuxiang said as she hopped off the bed and rushed into the bathroom. Yuan followed her a moment later. Why, Yuan? Your body. Chu Liuxiang suddenly exclaimed when she got a clearer look at his appearance after he entered the bathroom. My body. Yuan looked down at his body to see that it had become more refined and detailed. Furthermore, he noticed that he was a little taller than before. The perfect tempering ginseng has affected your real body as well, Chu Liuxiang said with an excited smile on her face. I'm not surprised considering how powerful the treasure was. He smiled as well. Since it's been a while, let me be the first to have a taste of your new body, hee. Chu Liuxiang suddenly said with a lustful expression on her face. Yuan was speechless, but he didn't reject her. After a quick shower, Chu Liuxiang pulled Yuan into the bathtub with her, where they would spend over an hour embracing each other. Once they were both satisfied, they took another shower to wash off the sweat before leaving the bathroom and getting changed. By the time they arrived at the dining room, Meishio and the others were already sitting around the table. Welcome back, Yuan, and congratulations on passing the trial, Wang Xiuying said to him. Thank you. Yuan, there's something you should know, Meishio suddenly said to him with a weird expression on her face. What happened? I just heard about it. But Meishio proceeded to tell him about the player massacre that had occurred shortly after they ascended to third heaven. Seriously? Yuan was speechless after hearing the news. He didn't think the 7 legacy families and the Ji family would attack indiscriminately. Is it just me or is there something different about you, Yuan? Wang Ming suddenly said. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. You're right. He seems a little taller than before. Wang Bingbing agreed with him. Yuan, don't tell me the perfect tempering ginseng had. Meishio swallowed nervously after the others mentioned it, as she was already used to seeing Yuan in his new body in Cultivation Online, so she didn't immediately notice. The same went for Li Jinxi, whose mouth opened slightly after seeing his new physique. Long story short, I consumed a powerful treasure during the trial, and it was strong enough to affect my real body in this world as well. Yuan explained the situation to the members. My God, you're like a different person, Shirlang muttered in a dazed voice. Well, it was a really rare treasure that only existed during the primordial era. There's a good chance that the treasure I consumed was the last one in existence, Yuan said with a smile. Anyways, tell me more about this massacre. What is the situation now? There's not much happening. The players that tried to ascend were attacked the moment they left the stairway to heaven. Hundreds of players died because of this incident, and the players are no longer willing to ascend for the time being, Shi Morong explained. That reminds me. What about you guys? I was just about to ask Meishio before the 2 of you arrived. Were you guys also attacked? People online are speculating that you were also killed in the ambush, Wu Zhao asked. No, we weren't attacked, but that's because we knew about it in advance and left the stairway to heaven in another way. In fact, I am the reason for the attack, Yuan sighed. Huh. You're responsible for the massacre? They all looked at him with wide eyes. He nodded and proceeded to explain to them about his situation with the 7 legacy families, and the massacre that had occurred right before he entered the stairway to heaven. Because of what I did to their families in spirit heaven, they had set up that ambush for me. I should have warned the players before I entered the 3rd heaven, but it didn't occur to me at that time. He shook his head with a guilty expression on his face. Well, what's done is already done. These players were being foolish to begin with. I mean, why would they ascend when they don't have the qualifications in the first place? They would have died sooner or later anyway. Wang Ming shrugged his shoulders, unable to pity the players that had been killed. Probably, but they didn't deserve to be killed in such a fashion. Yuan sighed. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1043. Published at 29th of June, 2022, 9:50 and 38 seconds AM. Chapter 1043. Chapter 1043. Arriving at 3rd heaven. 2. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 1043. Arriving at 3rd heaven. 2. By the way, what happened to the players that were killed after they entered the 3rd heaven? Do they get sent back to spirit heaven since they respawn in the last city they visited? Chu Liuxiang suddenly asked. No, they get sent to the nearest city in 3rd heaven. Shi Morong said. What are your plans now that you're in 3rd heaven? Wang Bingbing asked a moment later. I'm going to visit the myriad of techniques to see if they have any new techniques. Then I am going to visit the Demon Sealing clan, since I have some unfinished business with the Demon Sealing pagoda. Yuan said. He turned to look at Li Jinxi and asked. What about you? Now that you're in 3rd heaven, what are your plans? If you want, you can follow us to the myriad of techniques. I can get you some free techniques. Free techniques? Yuan nodded. Yes, and since we don't know our location, it would be better for you to follow us until we arrive at a city. Who knows how powerful the magical beasts around us are? All right, then I will bother you a little longer. Li Jinxi agreed to follow them. Sometime later, Mei Feng filled the table with a feast. You cooked all of this in just 2 hours? Even 10 people would have trouble cooking this much food in such a short time. Wang Ming was shocked by Mei Feng's inhuman capabilities. However, despite the food filling the whole table, they would empty all of the plates in less than an hour with Yuan putting in the most effort, as he was the hungriest there. Perhaps it was due to his new physique that required more energy, but Yuan didn't feel full even after eating half of the food on the table. How was the food? Mei Feng suddenly asked him. As always, it's perfect. Really? But you don't seem satisfied. Perhaps you're not full yet? I will make more food. It's fine. I'm not full, but I don't need to be full every time I eat. As long as I don't starve, I will be fine. He stopped her. If you say so. After their meal, Yuan returned to his room and called Yuro to chat with her. Am I bothering you right now? I can call later if that's the case. Yuan asked her as he laid on the bed. It's okay, I needed a break anyway. Yuro said. And she continued. Congratulations, brother. I heard the news. You entered the 3rd heaven, right? Yes. Are you okay? People are saying that you were also a victim of the player massacre. Have you heard of it? She then asked. I heard of it, but you don't need to worry. None of us are hurt because... Yuan proceeded to explain the whole situation to her. What? You're currently being hunted by these powerful families. Why? Yuro was shocked to learn of this information. I'm not sure either, but according to the Ji family, the heavens want me dead. Yuan shrugged. The heavens? Is that some kind of title for someone? I'm not sure either. What are you going to do to these people? Are you going to kill all of them? Yuro suddenly asked, her voice sounding a bit worried. No, I won't fight them unless it's absolutely necessary. I don't want to put you guys in danger, either. They probably think I am dead right now because of the player massacre, so I'm going to travel under a new identity for now. Stay safe, brother. Now that I know our souls are involved, I really don't want you to hurt yourself. I know. Wav. Both two of them continued to chat with each other for another half an hour. Once the call ended, Yuan decided to get some actual sleep. Unbeknownst to Yuan, he would not wake up for 3 whole days. 3 days later, Yuan woke up, feeling incredibly refreshed. However, he was surprised to see Wang Xiuying sitting right beside him. Visit Riedel. Me for extra chapters. Huh? What are you doing? He asked her. You're finally awake. You have been sleeping for 3 days now, Yuan. I was just checking your condition just to make sure you're still alive. 3 days. Yuan's eyes widened. I guess it's been a while since I last got some decent sleep. What about the others? I told them to not worry, that you're probably just exhausted after spending so much time in cultivation online. I see. Thank you, Xiuying. Don't even mention it. I am the faction's nurse for a reason, she smiled. Anyways, now that you're awake, go let the others know that you're okay. They're all training in the field right now. Okay. He nodded. After washing his face, Yuan went to the balcony and flew to the training field that was right behind their building. The others were relieved to see that he was fine. Yuan, let's spar. Li Jinxi suddenly approached him. Sure. Yuan started training with Li Jinxi and the others. Over the next several days, Yuan would relax in the real world without logging into cultivation online. After what had experienced in the stairway to heaven, he really needed a break. The ladies that went to the third heaven with him did the same. Not that they could go anywhere without Yuan in cultivation online. Li Jinxi would spend all of her time training her body, motivating herself with Yuan. As for Chu Liuxiang and Meixiu, besides improving their own cultivation, they would spend the rest of their time in bed with Yuan. After an entire week had passed since Yuan ascended to the third heaven, they finally decided to return to cultivation online. Once they were inside cultivation online, they picked a random direction and started flying towards that direction, hoping they would come across a city or some people to ask for directions. After flying for almost the entire day, they finally found a group of traveling merchants for directions. The nearest city would be Fuqing City. If you continue traveling towards the south, you should reach it in an hour. The merchants said to them. I understand. Thank you for your help. Yuan handed them some spirit stones to show his gratitude before continuing the journey, arriving at the city about half an hour earlier than anticipated. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1044. Published at 29th of June, 2022, 9:50 and 36 seconds AM. Chapter 1044. Chapter 1044. Returning to the Demon Sealing Clan's Grand Library. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 1044. Returning to the Demon Sealing Clan's Grand Library. After arriving at Fuqing City, Yuan asked the guards there if they had a myriad of techniques in the city. Sorry, but we don't. If you're looking for the myriad of techniques, you'll have to go to Silver Heaven City. The guard said. Silver Heaven City? Yuan's eyes widened after hearing this familiar name, as this was where Tianqing originated from, where he was born. Which direction is the Silver Heaven City? He then asked. If you continue going east, you should arrive in about 4 days using a flying treasure. The guard pointed toward the east and said, Thank you. Yuan and the others continued their journey to Silver Heaven City. Silver Heaven City. I believe that's the largest city in Third Heaven. Feng Yuxiang said. It is, and I knew it very well. Really? How? Feng Yuxiang asked, her face filled with curiosity. Because Tianqing was born in that city, he said with a smile. Tianqing? The divine paragon was born in Silver Heaven City? He nodded, indeed. Tianqing? Who is that? Li Jinxi wondered inwardly after hearing this unfamiliar name, as she was the only person there who didn't know about Yuan's reincarnation. The trip took a little over 5 days because they didn't use any flying treasures, and they took breaks. Once they arrived at Silver Heaven City, Yuan paid the entrance fee and entered the city. This place feels nostalgic yet completely foreign at the same time. Yuan looked around the city with a dazed expression on his face. Sometime later, they arrived at the myriad of techniques after getting the directions. Go ahead and look around. If you want any techniques, just pick it. I'm going to visit the Demon Sealing Clan's Grand Library, Yuan said to Li Jinxi and the others. Will you be gone for long? Li Jinxi asked him. I'll be gone for several hours at most. Okay. While Li Jinxi and the others looked around the myriad of techniques, Yuan went to the Demon Sealing Clan's Grand Library. After showing the staff member his Demon Sealing badge, the staff allowed Yuan to traverse to the Demon Sealing Clan's Grand Library. It's been a while. Yuan stared at the Demon Sealing Clan's Grand Library with a nostalgic gaze. Now that he had Tiancheng's memories, the place looked completely different and felt much more nostalgic and natural than before. After spending a few moments feeling nostalgic, Yuan approached the Demon Sealing Clan's Grand Library. The place was awfully quiet, almost as though he was the only person there. Of course, there was still a guard at the entrance of the building. What are you doing here? The Demon Sealing Clan's Grand Library is closed. The guard said to him. It's still closed. Yuan was speechless. How long do they plan on keeping the place closed? The Demon Sealing Clan's Grand Library is a popular training ground for all demon sealers. It would hinder their growth if they kept it closed for too long. In fact, this is the first time the Demon Sealing Clan's Grand Library has been closed since its founding. Yuan didn't try to argue with the guard. Instead, he retrieved the communication jade slip that had received from Yenhara. Senior, it's Yuan. I am currently at the Demon Sealing Clan's Grand Library, and I would like to challenge the Demon Sealing Pagoda again. If you're busy, I will return at another time. After sending the message, Yuan began waiting for a response, which didn't take too long. About a minute later, his communication jade slip trembled, and Yenhara's voice resounded shortly after. I missed your voice, little founder. You want to challenge the Demon Sealing Pagoda, right? Give me an hour. I will be there as soon as I can. She's as energetic as ever. Yuan smiled after hearing her voice. Sometime later, when the guard noticed that Yuan wasn't leaving, he spoke. Why are you still here? Unless you're a master demon sealer, you're not allowed to enter no matter how long you stand out here. Visit Riedel. Me for extra chapters. My mentor is coming. She's a master demon sealer. Yuan said to him. The guard no longer said anything and became silent. A little over an hour later, Yuan could see a portal appearing not far away from his location, and a beautiful woman came out of it a moment later. Naturally, it was Yenhara. Little founder. A bright smile appeared on Yenhara's face the moment she saw his handsome face, even jogging towards him and waving at the same time. It's been a while, senior. Yuan greeted her with a smile of his own. However, Yenhara suddenly slowed down to a halt and proceeded to stare at him with a baffled expression on her face. Senior. Yuan raised his eyebrows in a questioning manner. Little founder, did something happen to you? Why do you look the same yet so different at the same time? You even grew a few inches. Yenhara asked as she inspected his body at a closer distance. She suddenly grabbed his arm and inspected his muscles by squeezing it. Wow, your muscles are flawlessly refined. What kind of treasure did you consume? Perfect tempering ginseng, he said with a profound smile on his face. What? Yenhara stopped all of her movements and stared at him with a shocked look on her face. I'm just joking. This is the result of my training. Yuan chuckled a moment later. I thought so. You almost gave me a heart attack, little founder. After all, the perfect tempering ginseng no longer exists in this world. They've been extinct for millions of years. Yenhara sighed afterward. Anyways, let's continue talking inside, she said as she approached the Grand Library. Greetings, Senior Yen. The guard greeted her. We're going to use the Demon Sealing Pagoda, she said. Of course. The guard opened the doors for them without any hesitation. Yenhara led Yuan into the building shortly after. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1045. Published at 9th of July, 2022, 7 o'clock and 26 seconds AM. Chapter 1045. 1045. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 1045. Returning to the Demon Ceiling Pagoda. After entering the Demon Ceiling clan's grand library, Yenhara led Yuan to her room. Take a seat. I'll make some tea for us, Yenhara said to him. A few minutes later, she returned with a teapot and 2 teacups. So, what have you been up to lately? She asked him after sitting down and pouring him a cup of tea. Thank you. Yuan sipped on the tea a couple of times before speaking. Nothing much really. I just ascended to the 3rd heaven. That fast? If I recall correctly, you just ascended to the 2nd heaven not long ago, Yenhara said with slightly widened eyes. Yes, and I intend on ascending to the 4th heaven as soon as I finish up some business in the 3rd heaven, the Demon Ceiling Pagoda being one of them. He nodded. I see. You're moving up faster than I anticipated. Of course I am not complaining. The faster you arrive in the 7th heaven, the sooner I will get to see you. Yenhara smiled. But you're already seeing me now? Yuan raised an eyebrow. This place doesn't count, she quickly said. Sometime later, after finishing the tea, Yuan asked, by the way, what's the situation between the Demon Ceiling clan and the Demon Ceiling Grotto right now? Yenhara lowered her teacup and then said with a dispirited expression, not good. Not good at all. In fact, it's been getting worse. Demon sealers from both sides would fight each other whenever they cross paths, and several demon sealers have already died from the drama. At this rate, there will be a full-blown war between the Demon Ceiling clan and the Demon Ceiling Grotto. How foolish, Yuan muttered in a cold voice. Huh. Yenhara looked at him with wide eyes. Neither side will win this war, even if one side beats the other. The true winners will be the demons that will soon return to this world. Wait a minute. What do you mean by that? The demons are already near extinction. There's no way they would return. Is that what you truly believe, or is that what you want to think? Yuan asked her in a calm voice. That's what I truly believe, she said. Then you should change your beliefs, senior. Although there may not be as many demons today as there were back in the days, they won't be gone anytime soon. In fact, they're most likely recovering their forces out there somewhere. How do you know all of this? Yenhara asked him in a trembling voice. Yuan smiled and said, I will tell you the truth later, when I defeat the Demon Ceiling Pagoda. Defeat the Demon Ceiling Pagoda? You couldn't even get past the 4th floor on your last attempt, and in case you forgot, nobody has passed that floor since the Divine Paragon, not even the current leader of the Demon Ceiling clan. Yenhara said, actions speak louder than words. If you don't believe me, I will do it right now. Sure. Yenhara and Yuan arrived at the Demon Ceiling Pagoda several minutes later. Whenever you're ready, little founder, Yenhara said to him. I'm ready now. Sometime later, Yenhara paid the resources to activate the Demon Ceiling Pagoda. Once the door opened, Yuan calmly walked into the building. Young master, you should save your energy for the first few fights while we fight for you, Feng Yuxiang said to him. No, I will challenge the Demon Ceiling Pagoda by myself this time. I appreciate your consideration though, Yuan said to them. After entering the building, Tian Chenya's voice resounded. Welcome to the Demon Ceiling Pagoda, young demon sealer. I will now tell you the rules of this place. If you break any of them, you'll automatically be removed from this place. The voice proceeded to repeat everything that was said the last time he was here, word for word. Once the introductions were finished, a superior demon appeared in the middle of the room. When you're prepared to start the challenge, ready, Yuan said without any hesitation. The superior demon immediately sprung into action and lunged itself at Yuan. Swords of Eternal Torment. A single golden sword suddenly materialized above the demon, pinning it to the ground. Aorg! The demon released a pained roar. Yuan casually plunged his bare hands into the pinned demon's chest, removing its crystal. Visit Readel. Me for extra chapters. After crushing the crystal, the demon stopped moving and disappeared. Congratulations, you have managed to pass the first floor in 9 seconds. It's a new record. Since you have already received a reward from this floor, you will not receive any rewards for clearing this floor. You may proceed to the next floor whenever you are ready. Yuan calmly made his way to the second floor. Welcome to the second floor. You have 1 hour and 30 minutes to defeat the demon. Upon arriving at the second floor, the scenery changed, and Yuan found himself on a platform inside a coliseum with spectators, just like the last time. When you're prepared. Ready. The moment he started the challenge, Yuan raised the Empyrean Overlord above him. Ding. A gust of wind swept the arena as Yuan blocked the demon general's invisible attack. Swords of Eternal Torment. Yuan repeated what he did the last time, and pinned the demon general to the ground before destroying its crystal. Congratulations, you have managed to pass the second floor in 11 seconds. It's a new record. Since you have already received a reward from this floor, you will not receive any rewards for clearing this floor. You may proceed to the next floor whenever you are ready. On the next floor, 2 demons waited for him, both demon generals. When you're ready. After starting the fight, Yuan waited for the demons to attack him like last time, but to his surprise, they remained standing there, seemingly hesitant for some reason. How boring. He sighed before using Swords of Eternal Torment, pinning them both on the ground. Congratulations, you have managed to pass the third floor in 20 seconds. It's a new record. A few seconds later, Yuan made his way to the fourth floor, where he was stopped. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1046. Published at 9th of July, 2022, for 18 and 14 seconds p.m. Chapter 1046. 1046. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 1046. Spirit King. Welcome to the fourth floor. You have 15 minutes to defeat the demon. On the fourth floor of the demon ceiling pagoda that was in a lava environment, Yuan patiently waited for the gray demon to show up. A few moments later, the gray-skinned demon with a broken horn came out of the lava and stood on the platform before Yuan. When you're prepared to start the challenge, say ready out loud. Yuan didn't immediately start the fight this time. Instead, he took a few moments to silently stare at the demon. What's wrong? Aren't you going to say your famous line? That I am not worthy to fight you? Yuan suddenly spoke with a calm smile on his face. The gray demon narrowed its eyes at Yuan. You have grown a little stronger since I killed you. The demon responded a few seconds later, almost as though it retained its memories of their last encounter. Just a little stronger? Yuan chuckled, and he continued in a mocking tone. That's funny, because you seem a lot weaker to me. The gray demon's eyes flickered with killing intent. Watch your mouth, livestock. Originally, I was going to just kill you as soon as possible and get to the next floor, but I have changed my mind. I'm going to beat you senseless. I would love to see how you're going to do that, livestock. Yuan smiled, and he proceeded to start the challenge. Ready. The second Yuan started the challenge, the gray demon disappeared from its location. Brother Yuan. Xiao Hua instinctively shouted because of what happened last time. Are you looking down on me, demon? Yuan spoke in a calm voice after catching the demon's hand without turning around. The demon was shocked when it realized that Yuan had caught its attack with his bare hands. However, when it pulled back and tried to escape, the demon became even more baffled when it couldn't break out of Yuan's grasp. Whoosh! Yuan suddenly flung his entire arm, sending the demon into the air before slamming it back down onto the ground. Boom! The platform shook when the demon landed on the ground. Yuan then crushed the demon's head with his foot. Of course, the demon recovered from the injury within seconds. However, Yuan's intention was just to mess with the demon and make it feel helpless, so he continued to stomp on its head while tightly holding into the demon's hand, preventing it from running away. A few stomps later, Yuan pinned the demon to the ground with the Sword of Eternal Torment. Now let's try it with Pain and Demon Sealing Aura. Yuan spoke with a cold grin on his face. He then stomped the demon's head into the platform again, but he covered his foot with Demon Sealing Aura this time, sealing the demon with every stomp. Stop, boom. Damn you, boom. Once the demon was almost completely sealed, Yuan pulled the demon off the floor and had it stand right in front of him. You're not worthy to fight me, demon, Yuan said before shoving his arm through the demon's chest and destroying its crystal. Congratulations, you have managed to pass the 4th floor in 4 minutes and 11 seconds. It's a new record. Here is your reward for clearing the 4th stage. A golden orb of light appeared from within the lava and floated towards Yuan. After absorbing the orb of light, Yuan could feel the spiritual energy in his Dantian overflow and his cultivation base soaring. His Spirit Grandmaster cultivation instantly broke through to the peak of Spirit Lord, returning him to his original cultivation. However, that wasn't the end of it, as his cultivation continued to soar. Visit Readle.me for extra chapters. Within just a few seconds, Yuan had entered the realm of Spirit King, and even skyrocketed to the 4th level. His aura also soared. However, Yuan didn't feel any excitement even though he is now a Spirit King, as had experienced even higher cultivation levels as Tianqinyu. Congratulations on reaching Spirit King finally, young master. Feng Yuxiang and the others congratulated him. Thank you. He smiled as he approached the next floor. Meanwhile, Yanhara was patiently waiting outside. Considering how fast he progressed last time, he should be on the 2nd floor now. She suddenly raised an eyebrow when she noticed a figure standing atop the demon ceiling pagoda. The Divine Paragon. Yanhara fell on her, but when she saw his handsome face, why is the Divine Paragon appearing again? Did something happen inside the demon ceiling pagoda? After stealing her resolve, Yanhara flew into the air and approached the Divine Paragon. He's just an illusion, so it should be fine if I took a closer look, she thought to herself. Once she was right in front of the Divine Paragon, Yanhara began inspecting his appearance in closer detail. The more I look at him, the more he looks like the little founder. Unbeknownst to Yanhara, she no longer saw the Divine Paragon in Yuan. Instead, she saw Yuan in the Divine Paragon. The little founder. He's definitely a descendant of the Divine Paragon. Yanhara is now convinced of her theory. Upon entering the 5th floor, Yuan found himself atop a mountain and with not 2, but 3 demons, all 3 emitting the aura of a Spirit King. Each of these demons had their own unique physique. One of them was skinny while another was bulky. The third one was even round like a balloon, which surprised Yuan. Furthermore, they were all sort of demon emperors. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1047. Published at 10th of July, 2022, 2:09 and 13 seconds p.m. Chapter 1047. 1047. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 1047. 7th floor of the Demon Ceiling Pagoda. Welcome to the 5th floor. You have 1 hour to defeat the demons. The Divine Paragon's voice resounded. How many years has it been since someone made it to this floor? I don't remember. The skinny demon suddenly muttered as it stared at Yuan with an excited smile on its face. However, Yuan ignored the skinny demon and focused his gaze on the fat demon. It's rare to see a fat demon even back in the primordial era. I remember my first experience with one. I nearly laughed my ass off. Yuan said with a smile on his face. The fat demon trembled when it heard Yuan's words. What did you just call me, lowly livestock? The fat demon growled in a cold voice. Yuan laughed out loud. Your reaction is the same as that fat demon when I laughed at it. So I had decided to put you in this demon ceiling pagoda. Die. Livestock. The fat demon suddenly lunged at Yuan. However, Yuan didn't start the challenge yet. This is the first time the demon initiated the fight. Demon ceiling zone. Yuan snapped his fingers, surrounding himself and the fat demon with the demon ceiling zone. The fat demon immediately felt its strength drained by the demon ceiling zone. Whoosh! Yuan swung his sword at the fat demon while it was still in the air, slicing its body horizontally in half. Sword of Eternal Torment. Yuan pinned the fat demon into the ground while its body was still severed. Arg! What is this feeling? The fat demon screamed when it experienced pain for the first time. This feeling is called pain. Remember it well. Yuan looked down at it with a cold smile on his face. How dare you look down on us? The other two demons shouted as it attacked the demon ceiling zone. However, they quickly realized how durable the demon ceiling zone was, and they couldn't even put a slight crack in it. Coward! Fight us if you dare! Yuan looked at the skinny demon who just spoke and said, You want to fight? Sure. He removed the demon ceiling zone, allowing the two demons to reach him. Sword of Eternal Torment. Ah! The demons kneeled on the ground when multiple golden swords stabbed their back. Yuan sighed. Compared to before, the demon ceiling pagoda is too easy now. He killed the skinny and bulky demons shortly after, leaving the fat demon for last. You may be laughing now, but once you reach the next floor, you will witness true horror. The fat demon said its last words before Yuan killed it. Congratulations, you have managed to pass the 5th floor in 2 minutes and 11 seconds. It's a new record. Here is your reward for clearing the 5th stage. After absorbing the reward, Yuan's cultivation soared once again. Yuan approached the 6th floor as a 7th level spirit king. Even before he stepped onto the 6th floor of the demon ceiling pagoda, Yuan noticed a massive round figure sitting in what appeared to be a sea of blood. This round figure was the size of a mountain, and it had a hideous face that would make even the coldest warriors run away in fear. The abomination, huh? No matter how many times I see it, it makes my skin crawl. Visit Readle. Me for extra chapters. Welcome to the 6th floor. You have 5 minutes to defeat the demon. When you're prepared to start the challenge, say ready out loud. 5 minutes, huh? The purpose of the 6th floor was to test the strength of a demon sealer's demon sealing aura. Hence why there was an abomination, and such a short time limit. If one's demon sealing aura isn't strong enough, they wouldn't be able to defeat the abomination even if they were given 100 hours. However, if one's demon sealing aura was strong enough, they could do so in less than 5 minutes. Yuan closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Ready. Swords of Eternal Torment. Yuan opened his eyes and summoned over 100 golden swords to attack the abomination, waking it up from its slumber. He then began gathering spiritual energy for a heaven-splitting sword strike as the abomination stumbled around and screamed in pain. After spending a whole minute gathering spiritual energy, Yuan released the heaven-splitting sword strike. With his limiter removed, the sword light from the heaven-splitting sword strike was powerful enough to cover the entire abomination's figure. And since Head infused the heaven-splitting sword strike with his demon sealing aura, the abomination was not able to recover fast enough, and was disaggregated until there was nothing left. Congratulations, you have managed to pass the 6th floor in 1 minute and 9 seconds. It's a new record. After absorbing the reward, Yuan's cultivation soared to the peak of Spirit King. Looks like you'll be a Spirit Emperor in no time, young master. Feng Yuxiang said to him as he took a moment to recover his spent spiritual energy. No, I want reach Spirit Emperor. Yuan said. Huh? Are you saying that you want clear the next floor? She asked in a puzzled tone. No, that's not it. You'll find out when I clear the next floor. Sometime later, he made his way to the 7th floor. The 7th floor of the demon ceiling pagoda looked completely different from the previous 6 floors. There was neither a visible platform nor a sky. Instead, he was surrounded by nothing but stars, almost as though he was now inside the stairway to heaven. Yuan walked onto the invisible platform and approached the figure standing many meters away. This figure had its eyes closed, seemingly asleep, but it was also emanating a bloodthirsty aura. Yuan knew at a glance that, unlike the gray demons on the 4th and 5th floor, this demon was a full-fledged demon emperor. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. You're tuning in to the Lee May's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.